Welcome to this weekend's edition of Viewer Levels. We already have a submission from Luca, who, owing to the lack of new levels that I see on the list currently, is probably going to ask me to refresh for some kind of playtest. Do let me know, Luca, if that is the case. And we will punch in the first level very shortly, as soon as it appears. Let you upload it for playtesting? Yep. If it's ready to go, I'll just wait a minute and we'll see what happens. In the meantime, hope you've been doing well on your end, and that the Super World has been coming along nicely in whatever shape it is in currently, and it is up. Let's take a look. Sinking Stones. It'll be somewhere in World 3. 3 question mark. I wonder what they are sinking about. Suffering Succotash. And as usual, let me know if the stream is functioning properly as we play. Whether the player is functioning properly, we will discover in just a moment. Wait, there will be thwomps, presumably, that will sink. They will give us plenty to think about. And of course I see the thwomp stack here and immediately try to stack my way up in spite of the fact that I don't have any power-ups available for a damage boost. Let's do a nice slow sink. Like that. Elevator going down. That of course is going to be a 1-up. Say of course, even though I'm going to miss, and I am a little bit behind here. If I were further ahead on a scroll, I believe it's going to be a stomp on the Goomba. You get on the vine to the left, and then you spin forward after that. Let's try to be a little more efficient, but not that efficient. Just need to stay ahead of the auto scroll. Catching the thwomp right on the corner there as we rush our way forward. Gonna sink ahead, yep. That's what we will do. And we'll just go forward. Grab it properly. This time, that was a bad idea. We needed a standard jump and then a spin jump on the second jump, which would then take you over to thwomp. I knew that. I was just thinking one jump too far ahead. Okay, here you go. Going to hit down on target this time. And then, round the lip over here. There's a way to go up here. We'll see what this is all about. Oh, I was trying to hang left there, and I guess I didn't expect to be projected to the right. Trying to explore off screen. That was maybe not the best idea for me. But we will maybe be a little more careful. We are somewhat embarrassingly going to miss both of these things. Chai tea latte, welcome. And Mang, hope you're doing well as well. And whoops. Speaking of what you said about sinking ahead. Bumps go down. And up we go. Always fun to make a little bit of a minigame out of trying to hit the mushroom accurately, but not just hitting the mushroom accurately, also perhaps landing might be rather important there. can tell I'm not really warmed up in this game just yet. Really do need to get back into playing more Maker. Playing more platformers in general, perhaps after... Whoops, not having done so as much recently. I was trying to spin jump off of there, but the auto scroll was pushing me. And mistakes do happen. Speaking of mistakes, yeah. Let's go. There was a moment when I was trying to contain a sneeze away from the microphone, and in doing so, aimed Mario a little too far to the left of a very easy question block. That's the kind of thing that you don't see behind the scenes. Anyway, this guy's going to be nice and slow. These will sink more rapidly. We'll try to be on target this time. Stay on target. Oh, that's not on target. And I can tell I'm behind once again. Whoops. Gesundheit, exactly. Blaming the sneeze, yeah. I don't know if that is a new one. I mean, I don't always explicitly acknowledge it, but whoops. That was bad. Maybe we might have to forego the 1-up this time and catch up on the auto-scrolls slightly. Whoops. Yeah, I'm trying to turn away from Divine into the spin jump, and I'm actually just slipping off Divine a little too soon. Before I actually execute a jump, which... maybe not a great sign for how I'm playing. Well, let's try to target that once again. And that's a little too soon. Yeah, dying a lot to the easy stuff. We're definitely not warmed up yet, I was saying, but we'll get there with time. That's a little low. Okay, try again. Looks like such a very simple timing that I don't even need to think about, and then get there, and it is perhaps not so simple. There we go. Nope, wrong. I hit the button and realized nope. It's going badly. This is in some ways a very familiar feeling, just dying to... not switching properly between jumps. I feel like we've had more than one level like that where... just... behind when it comes to thinking about what to do. And then, anyway, here's the offset. Let's be careful with being projected to the right side this time. And there's the checkpoint. Make this guy sink. Yeah, I wonder if we missed anything, but no, I think we just get projected to the right. And then... oh, we needed that. Yeah, that's okay. Because the ice will blow up. And... oh, look at that. No thwomp. When you load in like this, I guess there is some kind of blocking piece that loads in and obstructs it. That's kind of a nice checkpoint design. Whoops, no. Ah, yes, because of the track there. I see. I see. Come on. Further would be nice. We're definitely behind pace now. Let's jump that, pick it up, and then toss it. It can be tossed directly towards the thwomp column because it's going to sink directly below, and so we just need to kick it all the way over. And then, whoops, Donkey Donkey Mothboy Lamp, welcome. Alright, let's grab this. Let's throw it forward, that's much better. Same with this guy. No, that should have been a spin to the left. I knew that as soon as I jumped. You stall on the left and then spin your way over. Okay. There we go. Probably didn't need that extra spin in there, but we'll grab Yoshi and then down we go. And here's the 1-up. On to the next room. Okay, now we have a timing that we, whoops, should be aware of. We actually need to make the thwomp sink, and then that will give me the shell once it is lowered and unstacked. And the Greclair, whoops, I need to pay attention here. The rules are long and haven't been updated in a long time, but the principle is actually just very simple. I'll get you in and... Whoops, no, not that. Try to play everything to a reasonably fair amount of time. Donkey Donkey Mothboy Lamp is going to give me the rush. Yeah, we'll hopefully get to that soon enough after testing this level. Come on. Lower this, and then now we kick it. There we go. We need to jump directly to the shell, get onto the platform on the left, and then spin jump back on the one. I know what this reminds me of now. It's that document level from last year that also had me constantly doing the wrong jump on various thwomps. That seems like a little bit of a stretch, but that's because my momentum correction on that platform was rather poor. Thank you for the follow. Because I remember making very similar kinds of mistakes there, because that level was also just about reading when it was safe to jump on a thwomp versus run over it, and with what kind of jump as well. So, that's why it feels like we've made all of these mistakes before. Even if it's not in this particular layout. Okay. That timing doesn't quite seem right. I think that I might be doing that sequence incorrectly. Or might have to rethink the timing there, because you want to drop the thwomps off first and then not sink too much on the platform. We'll figure that out. Something I'm misreading there for sure. Yeah, okay. The standard jump gives you plenty of distance over to the left. That's going to be it. And then you are able to spin on a thwomp on the left. Or at least it looks like it. Well, I don't know if it has sunk all the way yet at that point, but we'll see. Lots of thinking to get done. Yeah, it'll be standard jump, and then that works too, if you're a little quicker about it. But the important thing is not to spin jump to shell when you might potentially need it. Spin jump, first of all, doesn't give you either enough distance or leave the shell in place as a platform to jump off of, so This is probably the intended method, but you never know. I wonder if I am to expect that the swamp is coming up like that. I guess the idea is to get me to jump back to the left side platform once those swamps in that right side column have been lowered. But we'll get back there and we'll see. Nope. You need to get down to the coins, of course, to get the stack lowered. So we're jumping out of that a little too soon. Similar idea to the Gloomba, yes, exactly. I think I see it, but just being a bit hasty in some places. Okay, there we go. We'll hit that. And out we come. Up top. Oh, whoops. Just slipped right out of that. Not very clever. Let's try it again. Whoops. Simple mistakes all around. Let's jump. And here. I'm a little bit low. I kind of knew that as soon as I made that jump that we were perhaps bouncing on the left column slightly too long. It was one of those where you could see the failure coming. Oops. Go. I think I still know how to play this game from time to time. Love that little notch in the ground tile doodad. Like this kind of notch that was on the left side there. It's just a very subtle decoration indicating where to stand. Yeah, Gruyclair, try that again. Sometimes the bot does act up a little bit. I should pay attention here. And if it doesn't work, then try a level code as opposed to a maker code, or vice versa, depending on what's failing. So, and when we get to you, you can direct me to the correct level that you want me to play. Okay, there we go. Oh, didn't go low enough. Started touching the coins and I thought, oh, that'll be plenty, and then it didn't quite stand close enough to make that happen. Okay. We're totally going to miss that. We hit it before, so prove that we can do it again. And proceed. Okay, this time. Much better. That'll spring forward. No, it won't. I think I needed to hit it. Oh, probably just grab it and then toss it to... Wait, no, we haven't thought about that yet. As you can probably guess, I do like the light puzzling element of this platformer, where you are under a certain degree of time pressure to read the interaction and figure it out on the fly. There's been quite a lot of variety to each one of these so far, though we wind up failing the jumps themselves. Right, down. There we go. And then we'll move everything forward this time. Just try to buy as much time on the auto-scroll as we can. Yeah, damage boost, I guess, and then you just have to go up the stack. That's exactly it. That it might not be it. Okay, yes it is. Okay. So, can we go up? Okay. I guess because this is potentially a castle in World 3. Let's see if there's anything else. I don't think there is, as far as I can tell, but I guess we'll just take the exit and get out. And a communication error occurred, which is to clear, so mark that as a win. Thank you so much for the GG. I don't know if I missed anything in terms of other secrets or one-ups that have already been implemented, but we did try to be fairly thorough, so thanks for sending it along for the test. Maybe not the best demonstration of the basic fundamentals of Mario platforming after some time off, but we figured it out. Donkey Donkey Mothboy Lamp, please let me know if you are ready to go. And that's a boink, so yeah, let's take a look. There's a detail I missed, but only if I'm mean to Yoshi. Which one, the green one or the red one? Where, what, if you just decide to push him? Drop him somewhere? At the very end? Ah, the red one, okay. So we just need to either drop him somewhere or just let him get crushed by the stump, perhaps. Anyway, the rush. 8 bruh moments. Well, I'll probably lose count, but let's see some bruh moments. Boss battle, actually. So it may be a boss rush. Let's see how we do. Boss rush. Okay, we should maybe stand a little bit over and not totally miss as he hops up and down. And yeah, we did have the mushroom early, so let's just try to preserve it if we can. And then, whoop. I'm going to try to stand to the left here and try to find opportunity to get upstairs, probably by way of seesaw on the other side. Whoop. Uh-oh, hitbox there. Not quite cooperating in the way I'd like. We probably could have hit him with a shell too. Oh, we have more shells. Okay, that's even better. That's a lot better, in fact. Let's just whack him over here instead of trying to jump him on the side of the muncher stack, which would probably not have worked anyway. One potential issue I can see here is it possible to... It might be possible to accidentally block the door with the muncher. It could potentially be a situation where the muncher is located here and is bumped in such a position that you can't bump it out further with the helmet. So it might be possible to lock yourself in if you land a muncher just right. Otherwise, though, that is fine. Let's totally miss. Anyway, Roy is just going to stand there and we'll just take the corner and... Oh, he's totally going to crowd me. I guess we'll probably try to drop icicles on top of him. That might be a better way to do it. BW Tromborg, welcome. Jump or die number 9, looking forward to that. The jumping part, perhaps, not the dying part, but, you know, either way. Okay, let's grab some more shells. Took me a moment to read that the shells were being reloaded from the pipe, and so now that we see it, we have a pretty good method for remaining safe here until we can just hit this guy a couple times. Whoops, let's try to grab another helmet before we get jumped, and we got jumped. It is the 9th part of the Jump or Die series, yeah. The Rise of Skywalker of the Jump or Die series. Whoops, let's go down here. Yeah, let's be careful not to do the thing that I said I wouldn't do with the puncher dropping into the lock position. Ah, this is another issue, is that if you... Whoops. Send a shell rolling down there, you're not able to get additional shells until you perhaps take some damage and get it out of there, so... Have to be careful about that. That if we send a shell down there, we do need to probably take damage to recover it. So that is potentially an unwinnable position as well if you're in just the wrong spot. Oop. We'll otherwise play pretty safely here. I mean, I guess a lot of that is to prevent you from just dunking this guy directly into the lava. Why didn't we just up throw all along? That might have been a smarter thing to do. Anyway, like I was saying about the muncher bump, let's not let it bump on top of the door. We'll take a shell with us because surely nothing could go wrong with sending Roy towards that. And also notice that we do have safe places to stand under the burners if we're just careful enough. Okay, we'll just stand here. And we'll just hide under the helmet as well. So, yes, stocking up on helmets prior to leaving the previous room gives us a pretty good method to work with here. Whoops. We'll just duck into that, because ducking with the Buzzy Shell actually does work out pretty well defensively in most cases. And we'll just camp him until we eventually get enough shots in. I mean, in a boss rush situation, we probably do want to go for safer methods like this anyway. As long as we don't run into timer trouble later on, which is always a potential risk. And let's just be extra careful here as we exit. And go into fight number 3. Whoops, there we go. Okay, there we go. Be careful with the burners on the right, and through the door. Probably just don't want to mess with the chomps down there. Speaking of messing with the chomps down there, let's spin jump out of that. Whoops. Let's spin jump out of that. And then, now we have a potential problem on our hands. Round 2. Fight. Well, we will have a checkpoint at this location, so... as well as a complimentary flower. Oh, there is a floor down there, so it's okay to drop. I didn't see that initially from a camera position, but it is going to be safe. Well, safe, for some definition of safe. Okay. I was trying to avoid that, but we didn't quite read the track very accurately, so... drop down below. You get skewered immediately. Bad bounce of that bumper. I thought I would get a high bounce there, but we slightly missed. And, well, I mean, for the purposes of learning this, yeah, it's perfectly fine to put a checkpoint where it is, too. I think the difficulty tuning is such that it wouldn't be awful to have no checkpoint as a kind of hard mode, but in the process of actually learning the fights, you'd definitely want a little more practice against the latter half first. But at least the early fights seem like they can be done pretty consistently. You're not really going to be at mercy. Sorry, at mercy of. I can't talk today. At mercy of too much randomness. Can't stream, can't talk, can't play. Bit of a rough start, but we'll try to fix that. Anyway, I always get bounced around here. We were obviously crowded in by the ball just a little bit. Anyway. Yeah, we'll just try to avoid the bumpers in general as we try to tap them out early. I guess now we need to make it over to the door without getting bumped. The door was just in the bottom left. This is not my level. This is a submission that we got from Donkey Donkey Mothboy Lamp, who is in the chat. So we are playing from the viewer queue currently. Should be able to see the level code in the banner top, but somehow you can't. Do let me know and we'll try to get it fixed. Whoops. Interesting that that just landed on top of me and reject me. Right. Whoops. Yeah, we just need to get off the skewers and down here right away. Down to the lower level. Yeah. There we go. Much better. Although, of course, we lost our power-ups going into the next fight, which is not a good idea. Although, we will power up anyway, so we're probably fine. Let's just try to get Red Yoshi out of there. And then... oh, yeah, boss is up here, so we'll probably get rid of the hammer in either location first, just to stop them. And then... yeah, chomps are going to chomp. Whoop. Go. Also notice that it's possible to take Yoshi into the next room after this one. We probably will want to do that. Let's just get the camera up. Whoop. And not lose from here. You know what? Why don't we just shoot him with fire? Why don't we just do things the easy way for once in our lives? Because things like that happen. Okay, let's try it again. Trumbok, your levels are more timing. Yeah. We'll see what it's like when we get there. We're not doing this quite right here. Yeah, we want to get away from the blade as soon as possible whenever it comes swinging my way, because it's just causing more problems to have to bounce around it, as you can see here. But we just want to get away from it and into the clear half right away if we can. Keep making that mistake, bouncing over there while the skewers are still active. There we go, nice and quick. And of course, as always, the upper bumpers are going to deflect me. Even just jumping across that blade down below has been a bit of an issue. I will get things sorted out. Yeah, because it's actually very difficult to make that jump just in a standard way, so I want to kill him before we even have to deal with that, and then... Yeah, in general... Okay, I wanted to put on the helmet right away when I come into this room. That's something that we should try to do whenever possible. We'll try to snipe hammers from afar. Whoops. The hammers are going to snipe me first, but... Anyway, now we get over here and we'll try to just maybe hit from over here. Yeah, because he's got the blaster on top of him anyway that we probably don't want to deal with. Whoops. Too slow in getting back onto Yoshi. I don't think there's an element of luck to this. It is not a series of fights that's very RNG dependent. You do need to kind of react to the positioning of the Koopalings pretty quickly, but I mean the hardest thing is really just getting over that blade in the middle. But I do not feel like I've had to fight against random rolls or anything like that. Even though there is sometimes a little bit of improvisation in reaction to where the Koopalings are going to jump, or where, for example, in an earlier room, Roy was going to drop from the ceiling. Koopalings do follow pretty predictable timings, even if the exact positioning is not going to be the same, so... I think it's quite fair. But let's get over here. And yeah, just a short bounce. You have to kind of get to the left of the bumper that is on the right side of the blade, and do a short bounce over that. These guys are going to mob me right away. The big chomp is really out of position this time. Oh, I see, because, yeah, we previously didn't have to deal with so many big chomps. I wonder why this time was special. Probably because they previously got crushed or something. Anyway, we'll just stand here. We don't even need to deal with the hammer, so we just stay in this position. Oh, we need to deal with the hammers. Never mind. And we have a big raid coming. B-Minutes coming in with a party of 12 just as I take a death. And let's give you a big shout out. And B-Minutes, welcome. But yeah, in fights like these, it's not really an issue to have some elements that have some randomness to their movement patterns, as long as you have enough time to actually react to them, which I think we do. For example, in the next room with the chain chomps, you get plenty of opportunity to get back onto Yoshi, and you know, it's not like you're limited to a certain number of hits. You played this yesterday for Mario Day. I see that you had a Marten special then. It's been a while since I played a Koopaling boss rush on this stream, actually. We used to get them a lot. We used to get lots of boss rush makers all over the place here, but it has been some time. Luca, you can't stay for long today. Yeah, well, hopefully I'll see you again soon. I'm hoping to play a little more Maker later this month, because I think I'm probably about a week away from finishing Fire Emblem after working on it for the past 2 months. The end is in sight. So yeah, B-Minutes, let me know how you've been. I did see earlier that you were hosting a Mario Kart lobby with the new courses that came in this week, and I was hoping to join, but I couldn't quite get online soon enough for any of that, so... Because I was on mobile at the time and away from my Switch and away from my desk. So I hope that was going well. I have to say, I absolutely adore the new Yoshi's Island course. Especially with its optional exit out the end gate. I think it has been a real highlight, not only of the DLC packs, but of Mario Kart 8 overall, to see that level. Whoops. Okay. Oh, I see. The moles are being positioned all over the place. Yeah, we'll just try to get back on Yoshi as soon as we can. The chomps are going to obstruct me quite a bit more than usual here. And we're going to get crushed by the stump, which was maybe not great. We didn't have to deal with that previously because we killed the moles quickly, but not so much today. Oops. Okay, got out of there quickly, that's good. Helmet up. And then... Okay, freeze everything, and then we'll go over to... Oops, got sniped and lost my helmet already, but... That was a lot of chomping. Totally missed. Jump. But... means we'll be back in position. We'll have a relatively safe location, depending on chomp angle. Maybe we're standing a bit too close to all this chomp business, but... Yeah, this is a pretty unique fight, actually, just with Morton up top and needing to snipe him with decent timing. Whoa, let's get out. Be careful with the stun lock, of course. And let's just go over here to fight him from this end. As long as I don't get hit by the projectiles, that seems to be the main risk when it comes to standing on the right side. But standing here is fine. We don't have big chomps in this half, so... Obviously, it would be better if I had the Fire Flower, because then you could do the triple shot and get a bit of a diagonal spread on the fire. But failing that, we're still able to get him just fine. We'll just have to take our time with it. Whoop. Okay. I know I'm missing some shots here. I'm not holding my controller very well today. Whoops. Yeah, we need to make sure he doesn't stomp us from above, of course. Just take a fair bit of punishment here. Come on. I'll catch up on the chat in a little bit. We have to watch this carefully first. I'll probably try to keep Yoshi going into the next room. Okay, that's still only 2 hits out of 3. Let's... Yeah, jumping on top of the chomp and trying to fight Morton directly up there might be faster. Try to jump on him on the side of the blaster, for instance. If I can actually reach his hitbox. Or we can just camp like this all day and burn all kinds of time. We're kind of coming to 300 on the clock here. That if we're doing the clear check route of not taking a checkpoint, this is probably too slow a method. But the aim of the game with boss rushes often is to play safely, so... Especially when you do get something like a spiny helmet that you can work with. Whoop. Oh. One more spiny helmet here, though. Also, notice that Mechas do spawn from either side. No, that's bad. That's bad. It reloads the whole room and we lose Yoshi. However, reloading room is not so bad if you get the spiny helmet on. Whoop. Okay. Little Ludwig is going to go down. Should be fairly plain sailing from here, as long as we don't get stopped. Whoa, as long as we don't get zoned out. Actually, in that kind of circumstance, we should have gone out through the door. Because then, even though you reset the fight, you do regain the spiny shells. And because you're a couple fights in at that point, it makes a lot of sense to reset. We just need to not do it accidentally and lose Yoshi like we did previously. But if you intentionally reset that fight through the door, that's actually pretty valid, I think, as an approach. Okay, let's stand over here. Yeah, we need to get rid of the moles because the prospect of being crushed down below or having to deal with this kind of hammer positioning is probably not good. So let's just try to get rid of that, and then we will get a shotgun blast over here. And we're going to be in much better shape than we were before. Especially not having to aim so much. I said especially with not having to aim so much, and hopefully just getting to jump on him. Try to grab Yoshi again on the way down. Let's miss the stun lock. Said let's miss the stun lock. Come on. There we go. Now I need to see the floor because I can't actually see where I'm going. Let's go down. Should we try to grab Yoshi? That might be a bad idea because of the skewer. We need to give you a shout out as well for coming in. Really doing some interesting strategies in Morton. Well, it's a strategically interesting fight. I mean, there's a lot that is going on there that gives the player room to move. Oh, whoops. Lost that. Okay, that's one, and you actually just need that one for the key, so. Okay, clown cars galore. Oh. What we really needed to do here was keep fire. Either keep Yoshi or keep something else, because if you can get one of the spinies out of the clown cars, possibly the way you should do it is... Yeah, actually, we did disable one of the spinies using the green shell. You want to get into the fire car in that fight. You want to get into the fire car. But yeah, the Morton fight's quite nice, actually. It looks really busy at first. And it's hard to get out of the central pit without getting hit at least once. But once you get out of there, there are a lot of different approaches that you can take. Nope. Jumping into that guy, not really the smartest play that we've made here. But we're going to clear him with plenty of room to spare. Yeah, because you pretty much lose the helmet immediately. There's very little avoiding that. Okay, let's not get hit by the mole. Whoops, lost that. Better take advantage of the damage to... As long as I land accurately back in Yoshi, we can usually do okay, because that way I can just remain somewhat invincible. And then... Come on. Missing Yoshi, of course, is one of the bigger problems we're running into here, but we'll try to solve that. And we'll try to jump up here, because jumping on Morton is probably a little more clever than not jumping on him. Oh, I see. It's more chomps coming out of the blaster. I didn't realize that. No wonder things were so busy down below. Did you tell me about a Shakespeare RPG you played? No, you didn't. This is the first I've heard of it. Because the only thing I can think of as a Shakespeare RPG is that there has been a Hamlet text adventure, or a Shakespeare text adventure that has been around on the internet for some time. That might be worth streaming, by the way, if you want to do it sometime. I don't know how readable text adventures are as a streaming experience, but it's quite entertaining. A lot of little solutions into the puzzles that reward you for knowing some Shakespeare, even on a casual level. It was Sailor Moon makes Shakespeare. That is a unique combination, I'm sure. Whoop. Come on. Okay. Spray and pray. Oh, lost it. 2 hits, though. Scroll the camera a little bit. Whoops, I said scroll the camera a little bit, but hopefully without the stun lock. There we go. We have some health. We could probably go for Yoshi down below. Well, except I got hit first by the chomp coming out of the blaster. That was the issue. I really needed to take advantage of the invincibility frames there and just go for that immediately. Taking Yoshi into the next room will make it substantially easier, so we should try to do it if possible. Okay, and I also need to crouch jump if I am a big Mario there, because I just keep bumping my head. Come on. Okay. Oh, we still got the helmet, so this is great. We might even be able to bump Morton into a better position, but... Oh, whoops, let's not touch our feet against the chomps. That was a bad stun lock. Okay, a little busy down here, but we'll get out. Nope. Come on. Nope. Yeah, the vertical camera, unfortunately, is a little rough in this room simply because there's just enough height to it that if you're on top, it's hard to see what's going on at the bottom. If you're on the bottom, it's hard to see what's going on at the top. But that's just naturally going to be a consequence of Morton being placed as high. Okay, and unfortunately, lost Yoshi again on the jump. Okay. Okay, let's not get smushed up here. There we go. That's the best we've done yet. And we can just hold down here. Let's not re-enter the door by mistake. That's the main thing. And yeah, B-Minutes, I'll read what you're saying about the Sailor Moon Shakespeare in just a minute. Oh, lost his spiny helmet, unfortunately, but Yoshi's still alive. As long as we don't re-enter the door by mistake, we should be in good shape. And here we are. And we're going to be super powered going into this stuff, which means I can just spray. Look at that. Look at that. We can get him down really quickly. That's the way to do it. Lost Yoshi, and that's okay. We can just get him back. Maybe dumping the shell on top of the clown car was a bad idea, but we'll get out of here. It was called This Way Madness Lies. I will have to look out for it. Oh, Thwomp over here. Ha ha ha. Nice little trick. Thankfully, I have Yoshi. And that's the X. Is it just you or no game audio? It is not just you. I'm going to reset the game audio and make sure it's fixed. But yeah, I think the pacing was fine. I don't think it needs more checkpoints. It's fairly generous about resetting some of the later rooms by giving you the same set of power-ups to start with every time, so I thought it was quite fair. Give me one moment while we try to fix up the audio. It is kind of a recurring problem on my streams sometimes. It hasn't been so bad recently, but today I guess it decided not to cooperate. And then we will get into the next submission in the queue, which will be, I believe, from Gruclair, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. So give me one moment. And we'll try to give this a reset. Some solutions to this work better than others, but we'll try to make it behave. So your newest level? Yeah, we'll try to get to it in just a moment. And so yeah, Bonafide Pirate FPV, thank you for telling me about the audio. I do kind of rely on viewers sometimes to tell me that things are not working, because on my end I can still hear it. And I just have to watch my audio indicators over here. It should be back now, though. Let me know if sound fails again, but it should be okay. And thank you once again, Donkey Donkey, for the previous boss rush level. Yeah, sometimes the camera movement was a bit rough around the edges, but I think the bosses were pretty interesting. Pretty interesting spins on the usual Koopaling fights. There were a couple of potential blocking risks in terms of getting the player into an unwinnable position, but not too many. In general, the generous power-ups were pretty good about giving me plenty of opportunities to come back. And yeah, Bonafide Pirate, always welcome to lurk. Lurkers are very much appreciated on Twitch. Anyway, you're going to do what Nintendo don't. Latest level, and this is going to be a playtest version of your troll. Thank you for uploading this for testing purposes. Ninbad. Let's see what we can find here that Nintendo will hopefully not delete once you upload the final thing. Okay, great. Also, did I mark the previous level as a clear, or did I totally forget to? I totally forgot to. Just one moment. Let me make sure we have the correct order, because I don't think we actually marked that as a win, did we? Okay, there we go. Just to make sure I have people queued in properly. I think that's correct. Okay, so with only one in the queue after this, for now we will try to see what we can with the troll. It's nice to take our time with these. Don't touch the mushroom. We're obviously touching the mushroom. Oh, that's neat. This little sticking position over here. I can't quite see what's beneath my feet that is creating that trap, but now we know, so. Following instructions mention that. Okay, it's a twister trap with mushroom here. I wonder, though, if the twister would actually sustain me above the one-way panel and allow me to get out. I think it does, yeah. So, but then you would have the issue of trying to get through here, which solves itself. Now, does this create something that I need to punch? Yeah, seems like it. And then this says that you probably do want the mushroom, okay. And then you just run through the swamp, presumably. Interesting. Interesting little overlap here. No mushroom in this room, okay. And then, yeah, we need to wait for something to kill us. Or, oh. And we'll just stand here until that happens. So we do need to lose the mushroom before we go through the area with the swamp. We'll do that. So yeah, the first mushroom is meant to condition you into thinking that you shouldn't get the second mushroom, but if you look at the twister positioning, you can see that, whoops, that's a mistake. That is quite possible. For playtesting purposes, I probably should have seen how that looked if I didn't take the mushroom, but that's okay. We'll probably make that mistake again at least once. Yeah, because tugging against the conveyor is meant to potentially spill you over anyhow. Okay. And then we want to take damage here, but we want to take damage on top of that so we don't run into these. We want to jump on top of the block here so we can jump through the bridge afterwards. And the thwomp is meant to trick you out there. because you can, of course, pass through it safely and should after having already lost a mushroom. So that will be the way through. Pretty clear what adjustments need to be made as we bump into this and go through. Okay, so we'll just make sure we tap that quickly and then run through. And that will allow me to pass through here to the checkpoint. As long as we watch out for the boom boom positioning. Which is perfectly timed to catch me out. If I just decided to rush my way over, so very well timed, that one. Okay, same kind of sequence. As with many troll levels in general, it is appreciated that once you understand a solution, it's easy to execute to get back to where you were. So here's Boom Boom, he gets crushed, and then we need to be careful that we actually let go of the POW quickly enough to hit the Muncher. I mean, I knew I was supposed to do that, but we made that mistake anyway, which is the kind of thing that happens. This level has Kaizo potential. Well, I guess you can be on the lookout for that. Not really seeing much in the way of skips with thrown objects or anything like that, so... Okay, we just need to let go of the POW right away and possibly not even grab it. We should not pick it up with the run button. We should carefully nudge against it and then hit checkpoint. Notice that a checkpoint is overlaid with a track. That's some kind of trickery that will probably enforce respawning from checkpoint somehow. Yeah, there's a state switch of some sort. And clown cars here, okay. I wonder. And then that's telling me no. But why is it telling me no? Because you're supposed to grab the clown car at this point if the mole is not available. So it's probably something changes depending on... Oh, there's also probably some kind of switching mechanism that would move the twister for you. So I think we do take the death here, but then when you respawn at checkpoint, something is going to be different, which of course makes me wonder what the clear check path is supposed to be. That clear check path is usually pretty well hidden. Nice use of the Boom Boom as two separate filling mechanisms. Kills you on the way in, kills you on the way out. Okay, so that's still wrong. Unless you go for the mole quickly. Maybe you just need to jump quickly into the left before that activates. It looks like you do have enough time to do that, potentially. Unless the turn block is getting in the way, so... Okay, good. Now, we need to be a little bit careful over here. I'm sure there will be some kind of issue. Yeah, thought that might be it. Look at this thing. That's totally a trap. Sure. But we will worm our way out. I mean, I probably should try to just jump out of here, but... Aha! Interesting. And then the multiple twisters make it difficult for you to get across, unless, of course, you try to take damage and run across down below, which would require you to keep the mushroom, which we're going to have some trouble with. But that's okay, we'll get through this gate, run through, and then we get into a bit of trouble because we still need the clown car on this side, so... Poor clown car. We might even need to bump the clown car over. Except there's no object in it at that point, so I don't think we can bump it. Let's try it again. Okay, that's fine. It works. I actually think we should get both cars over. That's going to be potentially one way to do it. Yeah, look at that. We're going to move both cars. I'm going to be careful with the fish. And we're going to try to send the second car over. And if you send the second car over, then if you grab the mushroom, then you're potentially able to get in still. Look at that. 2 cars. And we can get in. Terminator, welcome. It's been a while. Looking forward to yet another Anti-Master Sword trial. I see you're still working on that series. I don't trust this POW. We're going to hit this thing. We're going to take the POW with us. And then I probably needed to hit this from the side, didn't I? Instead of dropping down below. Well... Let's see how we're going to do this. Because I needed to get within range of dropping it from the claw. Okay, that's okay. We are probably not in claw range on the left side, so... We probably just don't want to bump the muncher like that in general. We need to find another method here. It's the same level you submitted as last time, I see. It's been a while since I've looked at it, so I don't know. Seen it. You think I should not activate the fish? It's actually very difficult to avoid because of the twister placement, so we don't really have that much choice in the matter. I mean, avoiding the fish gets you through this obstacle just fine. You just need to hang left on the slope, and generally you should be fine. As long as it doesn't drop into the clown car or something. There we go. Then we'll be able to work our way through as long as... Okay, if I lose the mushroom, do I get into any problems going to the next room? I might, but we'll see. I haven't been on for too long. I've been on for about an hour today, I think. And there's a fairly short queue at the moment. Anyway, we know that we don't want to bump the muncher all the way over. However, notice that the mushroom is currently still there. Ah, the mushroom is still there because we came in without a mushroom and dropped a mushroom into the claw. Okay, that's fine then. That's not fine because it crushes the mushroom and then gets grabbed by the claw. That was the issue. Okay, so we need to rethink that. We actually want the mushroom to stay in that position then, because then we are potentially able to get through to the other side. We will be losing on this attempt, but... Right, I forgot that the muncher would just crush the mushroom directly if it falls in. But yeah, we'll be on for some time today, I think. So we'll be able to take our time with most of these levels. I've not been on this one for very long. It's a fairly short and breezy troll so far, but we don't know how deep it goes. Let's get the fish. Hang left. There we go. We know this works, this part here. And I've tried it both with and without the mushroom. Let's try it with, just to see what happens, just to see if we know if there's anything conditional. Doesn't look like it. I guess if we up-throw the POW into the muncher, I don't know if that will do anything in particular. And then if we operate this, it will send a spring down to the right side, right? So, is that a problem? I can't tell if it will be a problem. Okay, that's a lull. I think if you still have a mushroom at that point, you might be able to bounce out of that without the one-way panel obstructing you, but I'm not quite sure. I made a level with a cool shell jump mechanic. I hope I'll actually be able to do it. Also, I totally died to reading chat that time. Okay. There we go. Jump on this guy. And then we'll move him over. I think this method works pretty well. I do think that we generally probably... I don't know if we need the second car necessarily, but it did work a little easier for consistently bouncing my way over to the right side just because of the collisions involved. So we know we can hit the Muncher, but then... I'm not exactly sure what we're going to be doing from there. Because we probably need to keep a mushroom going to the other side, right? So I think we actually try to keep some damage frames somehow, and then pick up the second mushroom, but I'm not exactly sure how that's going to happen. Regardless, I think it has to be a POW against a Muncher first, and then maybe we could try it without activating the block. But if you... about it here, no, because you'll take damage, and then if you take damage like this, maybe... I mean, activating the spring or not activating the spring might have an effect on Entity Limit of this thing. Or we could enter the pipe right away, and that works too. And then this is totally a trap, right? Or not. There's got to be something else here. Ah, then you re-enter. So it's going to be a little bit of a fake out here, and then you re-enter. And then there's a mushroom that will come down. Does anything switch this time? Okay. So you do need to perhaps wait on a mushroom. Ah, maybe you need to jump on top of the blue... There, let's see. What is my biggest Mario Maker 2 accomplishment as a maker or player? That's a good question. I don't know if I can answer it right this moment, but let me think about that. Also, I managed to get to the car without dealing with the whole left side, so this works really efficiently. Yeah, Terminator, I'll have to think about that question. That is a lot to review over years of having played this. I don't know if it would be a specific level that I can think of, but we're going to... yeah, we're going to do this the same way. We know how to do the pipe sequence down below without getting squished. I think we just follow the same sequence and see what happens. Oh, you know what? If you bump the Muncher, there's very briefly a moment when it will land, crush the mushroom, but before it gets picked up by the claw, you can actually probably bust it down with the POW. So if you spring it over and then you bust it down with the POW, then the mushroom is also gone from the claw. I don't know if that affects anything. That might not. Let's go through the sequence again until we've seen enough to understand it. Yeah, because you would need to go into the pipe immediately. Maybe it's just a timing element coming out of the pipe in the next room, where we got trapped a little too early, but we'll need to see that a few times to really understand it. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, oops. That's the first time I've actually been hit by that. I usually consistently manage to get out of the way. And in fact, I should have been able to sneak under that just fine with the second clown car in that position. Well, let's try it without. There we go. Okay, down here. We just need to not get bumped. So the thing I was thinking about trying, but I don't think it actually accomplishes anything, is bump like this, it lands, and then... oh, totally missed the opportunity there, unfortunately. I was hoping that in the very moment that the Muncher bounces on the floor there, you can POW it away, but that's not going to work. And it's a little more timing dependent than is usually typical of a troll, but... we're testing anyway, see if we could do anything with it. It's probably doable. I don't think it is likely to break anything. But hopefully that is an interaction that has been taken into account. Yeah, we'll slide over here, and we'll just make sure we don't get deflected back into the twisters as we go over here and get out. Maybe the state switch in the previous room is what is killing me in the first place. Like, maybe that is already a problem. We're lowering the camera here a little bit. And that might affect something. No, maybe not. Let's see. Do I see any sales in the eShop worth buying? I'd have to look at a list to see what's on sale right now. I don't think there's anything on my wish list that I'm really looking at. However, for people who are on the Wii U and 3DS, because the Wii U and 3DS eShops are shutting down later this month, there are some final sale prices on, especially in the Capcom catalog. I understand that most Capcom games have been discounted to $3 US. And so I've been thinking about picking up some things like Ace Attorney or the Wii edition of Resident Evil, and some other things that are available that way. Why don't we just jump directly into this guy? Oh, that's totally doable. If we do that... No, it's a vine block, though, so if you reload into this room, it's just going to be the same state. However, you come back here now, you're going to get blocked off. And if you jump on top of the blue platform, I don't think that helps you against the Wiggler, so I think we are in a death trap once again. We might just be going too slowly, then. I still don't see what to do differently here, but we'll see. Yes, Thunder Mikaizo is allowed. I might not be very good at it, but I will try. I do not mind those missions. Oops. I also looked at chat and died again because I went through the door, thought we'd just read some messages, and then totally forgot that this was a time-sensitive element. I think we do need to activate the on-off switch to get through this room, though, right? But we can try it without. We can try to do it without going over to the mushroom on the right, because I think the main thing that we need to consider changing here is the on-off state. And if we don't hug the right side wall with the mushroom to begin with, then perhaps the on-off state is not an issue. Maybe there was some kind of visual clue telling me that, but we didn't see it. So if we just don't go up to the mushroom in the first place, that's something we should try. Nope. Nope. We got moved over. And let's... Oh, I see. Yeah, that's why that doesn't work, because of the blocks over there. Okay. We'll need to watch out for that. Thank you once again for the follow. Let's get over here and see. Big Hellish Troll is also allowed, yeah. I mean, whether I finish something is a different question than whether I'll play it. I'll usually look at most submissions on stream for at least a while, depending on how clearable things look. This reminds you of Maker 1 Trolls? Yeah, maybe so. I didn't really play Trolls back in Maker 1. I got into the community side of Maker 1 pretty late. I had Maker 1 on day 1 back in 2015, but didn't keep up with a lot of what was going on until years later. And kind of caught up on a lot of the most interesting stuff in Maker 1 after the fact, and so at that point I was not really connected to troll makers or anything. Because the troll genre as we know it now, especially with the influence of big YouTubers like Carl, was something that actually took off comparatively late in the lifespan of Mario Maker 1. As I recall, when I was at that point already playing on the Switch. Let's see here. So whatever it is we have to do differently here, I just haven't picked it out yet. It might not be the state switch in the previous room because I can't get over the left side column anyway. I haven't figured out what to do differently here. Maybe we do need to crush the mushroom. Or maybe we just need to not lower the camera here in the first place. Or perhaps we need to run to the right and run back to the left? I don't know. If there is a visual clue with the whole mechanism on the right side that loads the red wiggler into you, I just haven't seen it yet to see what that is all about. Just go fast. Yeah, I guess I just need to go fast through the gate in the next room. That probably was the answer anyway. Given that there is a bit of a delay before the column falls down. Yeah, you know what? We should have just thought about that to begin with. Just go fast is usually the last thing I check. You watched Carl play a lot of Trolls and he was the first Mario streamer you watched? Yeah. That was also a chat death. I guess we'll see what happens when we reset a checkpoint now. Okay, we just need to get over there, and then let's hang left just to see what happens. Because I suspect that we don't want to take the mushrooms, right? I suspect that we actually want to take damage first. And then... that looks right. There's probably some kind of trickery there. Oh, this is a nice little callback to the start of the level. Obviously, we're going to take it. And the gate is right there. Okay. Yeah, I guess that pipe is just there to trick you out. I was trying to descend towards it and enter, but I guess we just jump towards the gate. We should be fine. We just need to go a little faster here. Oh, that's interesting, that we can actually bust our way through on this side. And yeah, Terminator, a lot of the tricks are pretty well built as far as trolls go. And it's kind of cute that there's this recurring motif. That is an interesting collision, isn't it? As you slide off the conveyor belt, it is kind of like you are sliding down these steps or something on your way down. Very strange. I guess there's some kind of state switch that is power-up dependent at that point. That would then trap you up in the top right. But we didn't see it, so... yeah, it looks like we need to jump towards the gate once the bomb goes down. Let's just touch it and we're set. Yeah, I do like how the end screen kind of brings you mentally back to level at the beginning and makes you question how that's going to go for a moment. But anyway, you did what Nintendo don't. Nintendo definitely won't. So that's a fun one, thank you. And I hope that as far as a playtest goes that was something informative for you to work with in this version. And let's mark that as a win. So. Yeah, I should have considered going fast much earlier. I think it was in the back of my mind that I should just go fast in checkpoint 2, but then we just kept on staring at it and exploring other possibilities first. But given the little bit of a delay before the gate came down, I really should have considered that sooner. Let's take a look at Trombork. And anyone who has already been cleared from the queue, by the way, you are welcome to resubmit. I find that the submissions on viewer levels have kind of thinned out a little bit in 2023, but that just means we get to take a bit more time per level and take things at a bit more of a relaxed pace since we don't have a dozen people piled up at any given time. Anyway, jump or die number 9. Let's see how this goes. This is going to be at a 1.5 right now, but pretty low sample of players, so we'll see how it goes. We'll have to remember to jump so we don't die. Seems rather important. Okay, so it's going to be to the left, and then we go right towards the claw. And then we need to be a little bit more careful about the claw swing there in terms of my timing, but we won't have too much of a timing window given the placement of fire bars. And yeah, a lot of it is just navigating the claws. Having good controlled jumps. Anyone think we're getting a Mario Maker 3 for Switch 2? I would say that we're not getting a Mario Maker 3 until at least Switch 2. But it'll be interesting to see how Nintendo carries a lot of its software going forward. I think we're really in new territory with this next hardware transition from Nintendo, because even years before the Switch was actually revealed, they were talking about wanting a little more continuity between systems in terms of being able to carry things over. And they talk about this every generation, and previously they never delivered. They always have maybe one generation's worth of backward compatibility, but things like the old eShop, for instance, didn't really carry over. But this time around, there is such a huge library on Switch that they won't want to abandon it, and they'll want to be certain, I think, that the successor system can also absorb the Switch library. That has some interesting implications for the existing Nintendo software. You can see that there's a bit of a long-term effort to keep things like Mario Kart 8 alive, for instance, with all the DLC that's come in this year. And then, it's hard to say what will happen with Smash at this point, for instance, because Smash seems like it's in such an incredibly complete state. And so, I think in some ways that decreases the chances of a Maker 3 anytime soon, even on new hardware, because I think there's an effort to just try to sustain existing software for longer. But it's very difficult to tell what Nintendo's vision is with this series. And here we go. Whoops. Is your level hard? I mean, hard is a very vague term sometimes. It really depends on what you mean by that. I think it's pretty learnable so far. This is the hardest jump so far in terms of just controlling the claw swing and making sure I don't overshoot. But every obstacle is pretty learnable. I mean, the fire bar at the start does kind of catch you by surprise if you haven't seen it the first time. It's kind of like most players, unless they're very experienced at expecting and dodging that kind of thing. Like some endless super expert players, they'll just know to dodge that immediately. Most people, I think, are going to get sniped on the very first life over here, and I don't know if I'm too fond of instant time pressure like that, but it's okay. Yeah, the main thing is just controlling this column here and not overshooting. And after that, we're usually able to do fine. Basically, you kind of need to pull back on that claw without undershooting jumping into it in the first place. It's like stealing candy from a baby. Well, I mean, I don't think that necessarily means it's easy, because you're saying that something is like stealing candy from a baby as though it were just something really simple where you can just get by with brute strength. You may not have tried to steal candy from a baby. Whoa. And I don't recommend that you do, but anyway, let's go back. Yeah, that claw is where the blades are circling around is a pretty noticeable difficulty spike, but it's going to be one of the central obstacles of this level, I guess. Maybe we're encouraged to go a little bit faster, or perhaps even, yeah, no, we can't jump from here because we'll get hit by this spike, but you need to do a really controlled pullback, I think. And we've managed to do it successfully before, but haven't managed to replicate that success again. Just need to really avoid having too much of a swing. Yeah, I'm trying to pull back here, but it's definitely a quirky bit of timing. I'll try to get it, though. We've done it. baby with White House security, yeah. Complete with a Secret Service code name and all that. Yeah, so you just need to land and then pull back. I'm often just pulling back a little too soon when I'm trying to get into that obstacle. This one here, maybe I should just drop down below immediately instead of dealing with this first claw. Alright, it is going to be a bit of a tricky window of opportunity. We'll see what we can do. Nope. That was totally wrong. Thank you for the follow. And we're going to pull back here. Try it again. Yeah, we'll try to get this a little better this time. I suspect that the area you have later on with the fire track, with the Potoboos on a track, is... Given the pattern there, I suspect that it might vary a bit depending on how you're scrolling in towards that column with the camera, but something about that pattern just makes me think that there might be a little bit to it that is not very regular. Yeah, you can see that maybe the pattern is a bit slightly different depending on how fast you scroll into that screen. And it depends on what the initial placement of the fire is. If it's all in the same column, that's one thing, but... If you have the starting positions of the fire on the track being spread out across all three columns, then you're going to have a little bit of unreliability to it, depending on how fast the player is actually approaching it. Because then the spawn pattern is going to be a little bit different. I don't know if that's the case here, but it looks like it might be the case, because I think the spread pattern on the fire is not quite what it was last time. And I am looking out for that. I might be wrong about it, but we'll see. Terminator, I'm not surprised with Nintendo pricing, even digital pricing, because the thing is, the Nintendo secondary market, even in the pre-digital era, has always been very strong. They have never followed the convention that you see on Steam, for instance, where you just expect things to be 75% off after a year or so. Because the market will bear the price, and Nintendo does know that, you know, they have an incentive to keep selling games at full price at launch, and people are likelier to buy it right away if they know that they shouldn't expect a drop anytime soon. In fact, one very prominent example of that Terminator is that if you look at what happened to Mario and Rabbids, which was published by Ubisoft, because it was published by Ubisoft, they had control over the pricing, and they dropped it very rapidly. They sold complete editions for cheaper than the original edition. In fact, if you bought it at launch, it was easy to feel a little bit ripped off, even if you enjoyed the game. Simply because you would have complete editions with DLC sold much cheaper within months. And that had a noticeable impact on the sales for Mario plus Rabbids 2 last year, where basically everybody was saying, oh, this game is from Ubisoft, clearly we should just wait 6 months for it to go 75% off, there's no reason to buy it now. And it very negatively impacted the sales of the game, as far as I know, in a way that for most of the first-party Nintendo products, Nintendo is very eager to avoid. Because I think it's certainly true that on other platforms, the audience has been conditioned to expect a very steep sale very quickly. Especially with people building massive backlogs on every platform nowadays that, you know, in most cases, games at launch are just going to be too expensive anyhow. So, I'm not at all surprised that Nintendo doesn't do major price drops. In previous systems, they have usually done something like a player's choice line where they slash prices in half for games that have been around for a few years, where they, you know, reprint things like, I don't know, Luigi's Mansion back on GameCube, for instance, just to kind of give them a second chance. Usually that happened with games that were released very early into a system. That would be discounted years later just to move a few more units. So yeah, if you look at the early GameCube stuff, a lot of that was discounted much later, but that was very much the exception. And if you look at the secondary market, actually, if you look at eBay and such, you'll notice that the GameCube in particular has held up very well when it comes to game prices. A lot of things have in fact gone up in price, especially games with limited print runs like Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. Certainly Smash Melee, I hear, is really difficult to get nowadays on the original hardware. Because of course there has been constant demand for Melee from new generations players who have been unable to play it anywhere else. You hear stories sometimes of people who weren't even born for the original release of Smash Melee who get into communities who are playing the game, and you know, they have to find themselves buying CRT monitors and such just to play it. And that's one of the main drivers of people even bothering to collect not only retro hardware but retro displays. Okay, here we go. That's a nice drop. Okay. I don't know how consistently we can do that drop, but we got it. Probably need more momentum coming into this one. Pull back against a skewer. Yeah, there we go. Now swinging here. Need to pull back. Yeah, a lot of this is about pulling back on a claws accurately. And then we can jump up on top of the skewers up here. I don't know why we wouldn't. Secret. Okay, that's fine. Oh, well, we know the axe is here, so we can try to look at the secret, and I don't mind trying it. We might be stuck here a while longer, but... And unfortunately, scrolling back here might have thrown off the skewer timing a little bit, so it might not be possible now because of the way the skewers have been offset. I don't know if that's the case, or the skewers maintained a global timing, but... Yeah, maybe there's a small window of opportunity here that we should be taking advantage of. But I don't know if it's possible now. It might not be. Because maybe scrolling off the camera and then scrolling back actually made it impossible for me to do that. But yeah, we just didn't spot the right timing, perhaps. Okay, we made this jump a little more consistently this time, which is nice. Just try to drop into the claw from above. There we go. That's actually much better. I don't know if we'll try for a secret the second time. We might just get clear, but we'll take a look and see if we can find the right timing for it. Yeah, no, the skewers are going to be offset in the way I remember no matter what, so we'll try it. We just haven't found the right timing yet. Oh. We'll give it a few attempts and then we'll probably just go straight for the standard clear, depending on how much trouble I have with the early obstacles. Oops. Yeah, we needed to pull back a lot more aggressively there that time. It is something we've done before. Shouldn't be too much of a problem to do again. There we go. Just need to stabilize our position and then move forward. Yeah, straightening out that landing is not the easiest. But yeah, most of this level really comes down to these two obstacles. This claw pullback and the other one. These are really the centerpieces of the entire level. And yeah, maybe that fire pattern later on is more reliable than I realized at first. After seeing it a few times, maybe it is pretty consistent. But it's hard to say without knowing exactly how it's laid out in the editor. And secret is a checkpoint, yeah. Well, I mean, the hard part is getting there, obviously, so. No, I usually try to at least make a few attempts on optional content if I can, when people send me levels. Okay, there we go, nice landing. Can't always get something that satisfying. The fire pattern seemed a little more generous, though, that time than it had been previously. Spacing seemed to work out a lot better. Oh. Let's watch out here. Pull back. Straighten out. Nope. Can't see the timing. We're swinging too late on that one. If we swing just a little bit earlier on that pattern, we should be able to get it. But I'm starting the swing too late when I see the window of opportunity, so. But I don't know how well the cycles line up in terms of the synchronization between the track pattern and the skewer pattern. Whether there's a particular window of opportunity that is just much better that we just need to wait to see. But oh, whoops, pulled back too soon. Anyway, we'll head over. And we'll swing over here. Yeah, as you can see, there is a bit of inconsistency to the fire placement. I can see because sometimes you have two of them overlap slightly, and sometimes you don't. So I would suspect that's just from the fire being placed across multiple columns, which means it will depend on the player's scrolling speed. I mean, as long as it's never unwinnable, it's okay, but generally I think more consistency is better. Yeah, you can see there's a bit of overlap in the fire this time, right? Means we should have a slightly wider window of opportunity, like that. So it's a little easier that time because we had a bigger gap between the two of the Potaboos. Now let's see. Whoa, no. That was a bad idea. Just didn't have a good landing angle at all that time. So yeah, it does seem like there's an element here that I can't quite control that does affect the difficulty quite a bit, which is how the fire is loading onto the track. Because sometimes I have a bigger gap to work with, and sometimes I don't. Whoops. And we have to make sure get it either way. Okay, down here we go. This time we have a decent gap to work with, perhaps. There we go. Oh, almost. Almost. Natcat, the breadcrumbs lead to my stream. Oh, have you just been lurking in multiple streams for a while and following multiple raids? Or has something else been happening on your side? Or have you been following literal breadcrumbs that somebody left behind? Okay, go. Nice landing that time. Be careful with that spike, of course. And then pull back aggressively here. Oh, you just wanted a reason to use the Detective Pikachu emote, I see. I've actually still not seen the Detective Pikachu film. I feel like I should before the Mario film, just to give some context for the current state of video game cinema, which I'm not up to speed on at all. Either with that or the live-action Sonic films or anything like that. But it seems like important context for the current state of the market. Yeah, we should definitely be going from this claw, and then, whoop, no, that was not the timing. Occasionally we'll just swing in advance just to see if we can find the timing, but... No, don't see it. But yeah, the window of opportunity, we just might need to wait a bit for it to appear, because the synchronization between the skewers and the tracks are rarely going to be ideal. And actually, this is a difficult jump through tracks even if you're not dealing with the skewer. It's not an easy jump through the blades to begin with, even if I didn't have an additional timing element to deal with. So, we'll see. Go to the top claw, you're saying? Yeah, I guess that might make more sense, given that we could just drop in... Unless you mean the top claw, which, no, I doubt that's what you mean. But then you'd have to wait for the skewer to pull up first. Have to... Whoa, that was actually the right pattern. Let's... nope. Too soon. Too soon. We will see. But like I said, after a few attempts, I'll probably just take the standard exit since we've seen it already. And... we'll try that. Okay, this time the fire pattern is not going to be so great. Gaps are a bit smaller. Yeah, if the fire pattern were more consistent, I know I've harped on this a lot, but if it were more consistent, it would be a little more pleasant to retry this. But because then at least you could have a very reliable method or timing. Anyway, we landed it though. It's still playable. We haven't had an impossible situation there, it's just sometimes it's more convenient. Anyway. Just watch the timing. Nope. We needed a bit of a higher jump. That was the right timing that time, as you can see. We just didn't have enough of a jump. Yeah, Thunder Me, the thing is, the spawn dependency on the tracks is easily solved just by having everything spawn in the same vertical column, even if you're dropping it in from a track that is separate. There are ways to make loading consistent. Or at least to, you know, disguise the inconsistencies well enough that they don't matter. But as you can see, we're still managing, so we're getting a little better at this. But yeah, object loading rules are like the #1 thing to really understand about this game in some ways, as a maker. Checkpoint? Okay, sure, we'll take it. In case it's ambiguous as to how that's going to go. Okay, we have to go really quickly here. If it looks like we're missing the timing window, then we just get back into the pipe, but it really looks like the point here is to go fast. And probably go very fast, looking at it. Oop. Oh, no. quite get enough of a swing up there. We'll try it. But I'm glad we get to see the whole level. No. That was a bad swing. Didn't quite like the fire bar timing on the left side that time, so... we'll see. Yeah, the thing about requiring fast play is that if it's not obvious that it requires fast play, then sometimes it feels like I have to guess what the intention is. You know, in terms of how heavily the level is punishing just sitting back and waiting for a more appropriate cycle. Here, for instance, it's possible to go... oh, nope. Not enough of a swing. Yeah, but Thunder Me, from a consistency perspective, it's easy to understand why fire bars should be on a global timer. I mean, the one thing that I'm just not surprised are on a global timer, just for consistency reasons. It's more that, you know, it's the way everything else works around them that can be an issue. But because fire bars need to be synchronized relative to each other very often, you can't really have them be spawn dependent because of the way that they will throw off their timings relative to each other in a sequence. So, and that particular simplification of the spawn timings and the cycle timings is not really surprising to me. That would be developed that way. Okay. That's still not really the opportunity I'm looking for. Let's see. This probably lines up if you don't wait at all. Yeah, I was thinking about that, but when I don't wait at all, I find that I'm not really able to get enough of a swing to make it up to the top left claw. That's... I mean, my sense of this level so far is that it is built to... yeah, you see, I am probably supposed to get on the claw right there in that timing window, but before the firebar hits me. But it's possible that I am just going too slow in general, and that... okay, that's a little too fast, actually, because the firebars hadn't made room yet. But we'll try it. Bit more of a jump there, of course. Yeah, because it's the swing that runs into issues. Oh, we got it. And of course, that was maybe a little bit misjudged. We'll see if we can do it. Whoops. Let's redo it. Also, if you are past checkpoint to try the secret, I don't know how viable it is to just bail out of the secret and go for the clear. Like if you go back to the left, for instance, is it easy to get back out of the level? It is doable, but, you know, might not be very straightforward. Because generally, if you have something like a secret hard mode at the end, you might want to leave the player the option to get out of it. Even with just a climb that takes you through a one-way panel at the end or something. But so that way you're not totally locked into trying the secret. If you are not able to clear it, or don't wish to clear it. Okay, that's too soon. But I think with that timing, there probably is a way to make that work. That doesn't require just going super fast. Like, we'll get onto this end of the cycle, like that. There we go. hold back, and then there we go. Oh no. Need to be extra careful here. Now what is this? We have to wait for something to come all the way back. Okay, platform. That's okay, this is just a little precision sequence where we stand on the right place. We did not stand on the right place. Actually, you can always watch where you are relative to the center of the platform, so we should have been able to do that, so... Yeah, you actually get right under the next bar. That's a timing that I'm able to see a little more clearly now. So we just died to the easy thing, but that's what happens when you're like me and you're definitely not a precision-based player. So yeah, you want to get on that claw just under the swing of the fire bar. That seems to be what we're going to go for. Whoops. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Whoops. Yeah, there are a few things about the timing where I do kind of have to guess at what your intention was, but we're starting to sort it out, so... There we go. Yeah, because once you see it, maybe we can do it pretty consistently. And now we have potentially a bit of a synchronization issue here with the spawning of the second claw. That is a little further along. I feel like there might be a potential inconsistency there in terms of the positioning of those two claws relative to each other. That might give you a synchronization like what we just saw that might be unwinnable. So I think there could be a consistency issue there, depending on how you load in. Because you can see that, like, the second claw here, right? It's just out of range enough of the initial camera position in this room that there will be a little bit of variance to its spacing. So I don't know if it's always the case that you can get a decent spacing on jumping onto the next claw. I mean, it should be reachable, but it might not be very convenient if they're perfectly parallel to each other. We're seeing this early timing a lot better, though, at least. But yeah, this claw timing here, if the claws are kind of moving in the same direction most of the time, might be a little bit difficult to spot, but we'll see if we can make it work. There was one guy to beat his first try, yeah. Yeah, some people are very precision-oriented players in this game, and sometimes if you just hit the right pocket of timing, that is absolutely doable. I can see somebody being able to do that, especially if they are playing it with similar habits to yours when it comes to how fast to go or how to pace things. It's usually when you see players of a different timing sense or different approach to pacing that you would run into potential issues with spawning inconsistency. But yeah, I definitely know some players personally that could probably get this down very quickly. Especially people who play things like Endless Super Expert a lot, they can definitely have a good read of how to approach situations like this. But anyway, let's try this out. Let's try to... Yeah, you can see the claws might not have a great synchronization there. But again, when you have objects and tracks like that that are going to spawn, there are ways to potentially make it more consistent. Like, for example, if you have all of your track objects either spawn together on the same column initially and just be dropped into the right places, or if you have them all loaded within view of the first screen. There are ways to make track elements consistent with each other if you want the timings to line up in ways that will always be guaranteed to work. It does take a little bit of extra work to make that happen, but that's kind of why it's important to know things like the loading rules. Oops. Yeah, Terminator, the problem with putting autoscroll in it is that there is a lot of jumping back and forth. Like, you go to the right, you go to the left. Autoscroll would not really work with that. Autoscroll is very good for making consistent timings generally, though. But you wouldn't want that to take place in the kind of layout where you have a lot of back and forth. And a lot of opportunities to kind of wait and, you know, find ideal timings. It's hard to get things to behave consistently without autoscroll, but I think it's still often worth the trouble to make it happen. I mean, it's still possible, it just requires a lot of work and a lot of testing. And it's the kind of thing that's very easy to miss, because, you know, as people who create levels, it's very easy to just kind of get lost in the assumptions of your own timings. And assume that everybody's going to follow a very similar pattern. So. Terminator, I don't know what you mean by manual auto-scroll. Like, if you mean that maybe there are switches or mechanisms that you would get within range of that would then progress the level. But I think a lot of it can just be done with... I mean, the fire bars are always going to be synchronized. It's more the track objects that just need to be loaded in ways that don't potentially lead to difficult situations that are unforeseen. Anyway, we've got this. Got this. As you can see, we'll just need to find a better opportunity for how the tracks will work with each other. Nope. Yeah, that timing doesn't seem like it's going to operate much at all, actually. Maybe if we lean into the jump a little bit and then just pull back very aggressively before we hit the right side. Like, pull back like that. You see, we got it this time. First time in a while, in fact. Let's hang back and wait for the claw. Then we'll navigate to get a platform. Let's hang a right. Don't get into any issues. Yeah, we'll just need to stand in the right places relative to the center of the platform. There will be a few places where we do have to do precision jumps, but hopefully... Ooh, standing too close still. Like I said, definitely not a precision player, so... It's a bit of a tight corner for me, but... Oops. Yeah, Terminator, if you mean the custom scroll, the issue with that is that we're in the subworld, and you do not have custom scroll in the subworld. Because we went through the pipe, so... Which I think is very unfortunate, because not having custom scroll in the subworld actually broke a lot of concepts I wanted to do as a maker as well. Very unfortunate limitation. And a limitation that intuitively doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Unless they couldn't find a good implementation for how to do it with the vertical layout or something. I mean, I'm not sure what the rationale is. Sometimes There are reasons for the engine's limitations to be what they are, and sometimes it's just something they, I don't know, didn't bother to implement, or... But I can't imagine what kind of situation Custom Scroll in the Subworld created that was somehow not worth accounting for. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit different because, you know, there's a bit of logic to the Custom Scroll that's based on the positioning of the start and goal points, which are only in the main world and not the subworld, but I don't see why they couldn't have just implemented Custom Scroll in a separate way for the subworld to accommodate it. But it's kind of a weird oversight in the editor I don't really get. 1 pixel jump? Yeah, we don't really do 1 pixel jumps on this stream. There are some people who do it very well. I'm not one of them. Also notice the track synchronization on the right side. Now that's not very good. We do not have much of an opportunity right now. The right side track is not going to be very convenient for me. Because we're kind of right at the point where as the track on the right is going down, I'm getting pulled back on the lower claw, and so we don't have a very good opportunity. So that time I felt like the synchronization for the final 2 claws was not really to my advantage. We'll see if we can do it, but I would say that I'm going to try to get back to the platform, moving platform at the end, and if we can't do it, we'll probably just bail out. Oops. Because there are maybe too many issues with the lost synchronization at the end to really make retrying it all that pleasant. Basically, you know, when it comes to difficulty tuning, people might think too hard about, you know, is it hard or is it easy or whatever, but the real question is that the harder you make something, I think, the more important it is for things to be consistent up to that point, because then it rewards the player for learning the obstacle and finding a good method. And conversely, the easier that something is, the more inconsistency you can afford to let your level have, which is why in most traditional layouts, for instance, people will just never think about things like spawn timing when it comes to when Koopas appear on screen or whatever, because if the level's easy enough, it just doesn't matter, unless you're speedrunning. And if you're speedrunning, you'll find a consistent timing anyway. But basically, like, the more difficult you make something, the more inconsistency you have to patch out. I think that's a rule of thumb that applies pretty broadly to Mario making. Anyway, we'll try it. And thanks to the patience of the people in queue, by the way. It is a relatively short queue today, so which is why I'm taking my time a bit, because we're not really crunched. But both Terminator and Thunder Me will, of course, get to you, and hopefully not keep you too long here. Depends on how I'm doing as the player, of course. And we'll just have to try to make it work out, so. Nope. Too slow that time. We should be able to do this early part pretty consistently by now, though, I think. The early part here is definitely my mistake. Whoop. Doing the error correction a little poorly as well, but nope. we'll see. I mean, I found a method that I like here, even if I do have to wait a little bit to do it. I did find something that more or less works. I just can't always do it. But yeah, it's actually going to be the next cycle on fire bars here. Whoops. Didn't wash my feet. We'll try it again. Whoops. Nope. Yeah, we should probably get past this element at least. Nope. Nope. Still not quite getting timing that I like. Let's try it again. There we go. That's what I was going for. We'll need to wait for the next cycle this time. I missed. And now, okay, it will kind of work together. Good. Good. Nope. A little too aggressive there. That actually would have been a fine timing if I just waited an additional cycle. I think that time to spacing should have worked out on the right side claw, but just at a glance. Nope. Wait. So going a little too soon there. Just barely. No, a little too late. Yeah, unfortunately with claws is that sometimes if you're just swinging in the wrong position at the wrong time, it's very difficult to change course and correct. I generally don't mind claws too much, but it's very easy to get into situations with claws where you have overcommitted to a mistake that you can't actually fix. Where if you're just facing the wrong side at the wrong time, you can't actually do anything about it, and I think that's what frustrates people about claws sometimes, is that you very easily get into positions where you can't fix your own mistakes. At least not quickly. Whereas being able to fix your own mistakes quickly is kind of a hallmark of more advanced platforming in most cases. So, let's try it again. Not quite. Nope, not enough of a swing. Nope. Still not quite catching it. That should have done it, but I just didn't come into the right position. Trying to get it. That should have been fun. We just needed to come into a bit of a lower angle to be not got to claw properly. Should have done okay there. Nope. Oh, and that was a problem. Nope. There we go. That was smooth. That timing felt right. Let's wait for a better opportunity here. Swing. Let's wait for the next cycle. This one. Too high. Trying to go a little too soon there. Like I said, we'll try to make it back to the platform at least once. I don't know if I'll stay past a death up at the platform sequence, but I do want to give that at least one more try. if we can make it back there somewhat promptly. Okay, this time the synchronization didn't work out too well. Let's... Yeah, that time I don't think it worked. I could tell as soon as I got onto the track and saw how the two claws were moving relative to each other that that was probably not going to happen. Probably still doable, but, you know, it was not going to be convenient. Okay, that time to spell spacing actually felt pretty good. Let's... Okay, this time we should be just fine. Let's forward positioning here again, and... Oh, came in a bit low. That was one of the better attempts getting up to that point, though. So, try it. Nope. Way off. Okay. Then, oh, no. Yeah, if the obstacles are mostly designed to be done only if you first cycle everything, that does lead to potential issues, claw synchronization later on. We'll see if we can get it, but I think the claws on the top right do put a bit of a wrench into retrying this very conveniently, so. Bears fan, welcome. Bears fan, it's going alright. I've been spending a little too long on the true ending to this level. But that's because we have a fairly short queue today, so I'm trying to take my time with people's creations as much as possible. So, only a few positions in the queue to get through, but we're taking our time with them. Again, I probably won't put too many more attempts into this one because the retries are just a little too inconsistent. And yeah, the bot has been choking on a couple codes today. If it's not cooperating, just switch around maker codes and level codes. Like if one type doesn't work, just try the other. The Warp World bot lately has been getting worse and worse in terms of behaving, and it is past time I switched to the other viewer levels bot as well, but just haven't really had time to work on that aspect of the stream. I think we're going to bail for the time being. It is mostly fine. I mean, that set of jumps near the beginning is something that is consistent enough that I should be able to do it, but getting into the track segment in the top right gets into some issues, and then you have the whole precision platform ride after that, which I have not really been able to do even once, and which is the kind of thing that some players are, as I said, very, very good at, which I am definitely not. But anyway, enjoyed my time with it, otherwise I wouldn't have spent as much time as I did, and we did see the path to the axe for the standard path earlier, so I feel like we completed it even if we didn't stamp it with the clear. So thank you once again for Jumper Die number 9. Let's go on. Bears fan, if your code doesn't work, if it was a level code, try to use your maker code, and if it was a maker code, try to use your level code. As long as we get you in the queue somehow, you can always point me to the right level once I get to you, so. What did I think of the first Vampire Hunter animation? I don't know it, Terminator. So I'm unable to comment on that. I'm marking this one as a win anyway, not that it matters, we don't track the stats. And Terminator, thank you for your patience. We'll get to yours right away. And Terminator, I know you had swapped your code at some point, so do let me know specifically which level I'm looking for in case we go into the wrong one. Shell Jump Survival Room. Oh, yes, we played an early version of this, didn't we? I think I remember, unless it's a sequel or something, I remember playing a beta test version of this ages and ages ago. This is from 2021. So yeah, we'll do it. Haven't done too many shell jumps lately, so we'll test our skills. But I remember looking at the opening screen that was in the thumbnail. It actually does look familiar to me. Okay. Right, because you just need to continue jumping and then staying alive. Yep. And yeah, Bears fan, you want your level to be the most recent one. Right, so this is just a bit of a timing challenge. We just need to make sure we are in the air when the on-off switch is hit, and it'll just cycle through. Like that. Perfect. So it's mostly just where to stand. If we stand in a consistent location, whoops, and of course successfully pick up the shell, that's kind of important. But if we stand on a particular square, we should be able to do it. Awesome Lamp, welcome. Whoops. Yeah, but we had, on the previous attempt, found a column that actually worked really, really well. And so if we stay on that column and just don't fail to pick up the shell, or let go of it too early, for that matter, we should be able to do this without too much trouble. And yeah, Thunderbeam, it is a good idea, especially as a bit of a Kaizo trainer. But of course, I'm trying to go for consistency, so if I can stand still at a particular column and find a very regular timing, that's probably going to be the best way to play it. I'm letting go of the shell a little too early. We'll just try to find a right pocket and do it. There we go. And then, of course, we need to face in the right direction after that. Right now is my shell release timing. That is a little bit off, but we are standing in the right place to make this happen. We need to not wear the helmet by mistake. As you can see, I actually didn't go far enough to pick that up. I've been trying to face into the shell and pick it up immediately, but we were standing a little too far. I don't want to stand so close that the helmet drops on my head either. Are these stages required to be puzzles? No, the stages for the contest are required to be puzzles. The puzzle contest is something that's not due for another week and a half. I'm one of several participating streamers in an upcoming contest. This is obviously not an all-puzzle stream right now, as you can see from the shell jumps that I'm doing. I do occasionally do streams that are all puzzles, but yeah, the puzzle thing only refers to the contest. And we'll be doing that later in the month. So, yeah, always good to clarify if you're not sure. Oh, whoops. Like I said, we don't want to wear the helmet. We want to stand just out of the way enough. Seems like the hardest thing in this so far is not actually the shell jump, it's making sure I pick up the next shell quickly enough. And because picking up the next shell is actually the thing that throws off my consistency, so. Right. But yeah, Terminator, I remember way back that you'd show me an extremely early draft of this concept, and that's, I don't remember exactly how it looked back then, but it feels like the spacing, the camera, etc. are all a lot more comfortable than I recall. And it's also very immediately readable what it is you're supposed to do here. You could look at it for the first time and you understand it immediately. The main trap here, of course, being if you accidentally wear the shell. Yeah, the timing is pretty specific too, so. But yeah, I vaguely remember when I would have last played this, you know, a year and a half ago or whenever, that the spacing felt claustrophobic at the time. Maybe. But now it is actually perfectly comfortable. And yeah, it was tricky getting the timing perfect without being unfair to the player, of course, yeah. It is actually kind of satisfying to have the switch activation just happen directly under my feet without feeling like I have to guess the timing or anything. It just kind of naturally fits. Oops. But I can tell that it was something that was a difficult part of the design, especially, you know, with maintaining everything in a consistent camera position within one screen. So. Because the consistency of the camera here is cute. Now, I said that, and I complimented your level just as I died to exactly the thing that I said did not happen. So, never mind. But I'll just go a little later on the jump. I am, again, releasing the shell a bit poorly. Yeah. Oh, whoops. Still leaning into that jump a bit too much. But yeah, it's the direction swap of picking up the shell and getting back into position that is kind of killing me. And we can afford to take the jump just slightly later. And holding onto it a bit better than I am. I don't know how many jumps it is before the activation, but we'll see. I previously had one run where I did 3, I think. Yeah, because something is going to activate several times until it falls onto the P-switch on the right side. The P-switch activates the door as well as opens up access to the P-blocks. And then you need to not die to the on-off switch once the P-switch is activated, but then you probably shouldn't because the P-switch will disable the conveyor, and disabling the conveyor should eliminate some of the issues with the bomb crush, because... Yeah, because if the conveyor stops, then the bomb crush doesn't happen, right, with the blaster. So when a P-switch activates, you should have safe passage to the door, especially because the state switch will be correct. The state switch will be on at that point, which means the platform will be active. So looking at this, once the P-switch activates, we're not going to be under too much pressure. Whoops. We just need to do the jumps in the meantime and try to be as consistent as possible, so... But this is a nice concept for a shell jump trainer. Even if it is within a constricted space. And of course, some people are going to have a much easier time with this than others, depending on their level of practice and consistency. The main thing for me right now, as I said before, is just making sure my release timing is be accurate. As you can see, yeah, it's definitely way too late that time. Just a matter of getting into the rhythm. And we'll find it. We'll find it, Sally. Oh, whoops. Yeah, leaned into that a little too much. Terminator, you should pick a number. I don't necessarily have the number of my favorite off the top of my head, so go ahead and just pick something. Main trick for shell jumps is releasing the shell at the apex of your jump. Yeah, I can tell. It's more that when I am also doing the bit of adjustment to turn back and forth to pick up the shell, that's throwing me off slightly. Where I'm maybe rushing into the next one a bit. And also, of course, holding the jump button through the release. That's something that I've traditionally had a bit of trouble with when actually playing Kaizo levels. Terminator is going to request number 12. We'll do it after this attempt, when we're in the introductory room. Okay, Let's look at a deft scene here, and I'm going to pull up the reading. So I'm going to redeem the Terminator's point reward, and we'll continue to level. Let me bring up the reading screen. It looks like this. And we're going to read Shakespeare Sonnet number 12. Which is actually a pretty good fit for Mario Maker. When I do count the clock that tells the time, and see the brave day sunk in hideous night, when I behold the violet past prime, and sable curls all silvered over with white, when lofty trees I see barren of leaves, which erst from heat did canopy the herd, and summer's green all girded up in sheaves, borne on the bier with white and bristly beard, then of thy beauty do I question make, that thou among the wastes of time must go, since sweets and beauties do themselves forsake, and die as fast as they see others grow. And nothing against time's sight can make defense, save breed to brave him when he takes thee hence. Also, a subtle reminder to those of you in North America to change your clocks tonight, because this is going to be the very inconvenient period of desynchronization and daylight savings times between North America and Europe, which always creates a bit of a headache for telling people what my streaming schedule is going to be. But anyway, thank you once again for that request, Terminator. Spring ahead, fall behind, yeah. Yeah, but the thing is that in North America there's a longer daylight savings period than in Europe nowadays. That started happening about a decade ago, I think. And as somebody who actually did have to switch between regions fairly often, that was massive pain. But yeah, I found that when I was first learning how to do any shell jumps at all, which as you can see, I still can't do them very well, but when I was first learning to do them at all, the hardest thing for me was understanding how to correct them and read if I was going too late or too early. And we've become maybe a little better at that, but as you can see, I can get the first jump down pretty often, and then something about rotating and grabbing the next shell throws off my second jump. We'll try it. Studies show there's an increase of heart attacks for pushing an hour forward. Yeah, there's some correlation with other effects like traffic accidents the next day or something as well. There are all kinds of reasons why having the time change is actually not very good. Kind of crazy. Right now it's 3 a.m. on the East Coast and only 1 a.m. here in Central. I mean, time is an illusion. Lunchtime doubly so. But yeah, as somebody who tends to stream over the time change break, we've had to deal with this several times in the past. Actually, I feel like I've spent the last few daylight savings time changes on stream, if I think back to the last few years, because the Saturday night to Sunday morning slot is pretty regular for me. It might be my most regular slot in terms of actually showing up to stream. Whoops. And so it would have overlapped with daylight savings consistently several times now, and so this is not something we're totally new to. I just need to remember to manually change some of my clocks when I'm finished. Oops. Yeah. We still haven't matched my best attempt earlier, which was only 3 jumps, which is not nearly enough, as you can see with all of the switching that is going to happen on the right side. Given the number of blocks that you can realistically build within the 2-screen height of the Mario Maker layout, I'm expecting that we will need maybe 6 jumps to make this happen. Judging by the layout, it's going to be 5 or 6 jumps. And so for people who know how to shell jump, it's not hard. For people who only kind of know how to shell jump and have about a 20% hit rate, like I do, maybe a bit of a tougher proposition. And yeah, Terminator, you said you're not much of a shell jumper either. I'm often told that the best way to learn Kaizo is to make one. And so, definitely big congratulations to you as well for not only setting this up, but doing the clear check as somebody who's not a Kaizo specialist so much. But yeah, people who have learned Kaizo do consistently tell me that if you're building your own setups, then you get the practice in as you're working on something like a clear check, and as you are also in the testing process. That, more than anything, does help build some of the muscle memory and the kind of perceptual memory for the spacing involved. So. Whoops. Yeah, your best tip is release shell at max height. I'm trying, believe me. It's more that whenever I'm picking up the next shell, I am throwing myself off a little bit. Whoop, didn't sustain the jump high enough that time. That was a little bit strange. That's okay, we'll try to get it. We'll try to at least beat the personal best, and even if we can't clear it, it is a fun little trainer minigame. Just try my best? Well, I mean, you know, most of the time we just make half-hearted attempts through every level, so I guess that's going to be a big mental change. So yeah, I don't know the Vampire Hunter thing you were mentioning earlier, so if there's something you wanted to tell me about that, you certainly can. But I don't think I knew what that was. Whoops. Classic anime, okay, I see. So, the Nintendo community, or the general set of communities, I guess, that revolve around Nintendo games, are one of those things where I feel like I know way less anime than everybody else. And I've watched my share of Japanese cinema here and there, much more in feature films than in actual shows, but definitely when you're hanging around other Nintendo people, one thing I find is that everybody else seems to know more anime than I do. And maybe that isn't a surprising overlap, given that, of course, Nintendo is Japanese, but it's definitely something that's been very noticeable to me in the past. That it's the thing that a lot of other people in the room talk about. And I might just be out of touch with how popular anime and manga have become generally, because I know, of course, that generationally they've become a much bigger part of Western popular culture in the past 10 or 20 years than they were previously, especially with better access to the shows through streaming services the past few years. Whoops. Yeah, you remember initially anime was present in Netflix, because didn't it used to all be concentrated on Crunchyroll or some other service? Seems like Netflix made a pretty serious effort to try to court that audience. Hey, we got 2. We got 3. Look at that. We got 3. Okay, so matched the personal best from previously. I'm glad we did that, even when we can't get much further. Need to calm down and do it. Well, it'll be good practice for whatever's coming next, because I know that I think Thunder Me, who's next in queue, did ask me earlier if I take Kaizo, and I said, well, we'll try it. And if I'm going to do that, I might as well get the shell jump warm-up in first, right? Now big studios are starting to realize anime has a giant following. Yeah, the other thing too, Terminator, is that there's been enough generational turnover that now filmmakers who themselves grew up with a lot of anime are beginning to become a major creative influence. The example that comes to mind, actually, is the Pixar film Turning Red, which was very much made by a younger cohort of artists who, you know, grew up drawing anime characters in their notebooks from Sailor Moon and whatnot, and was a very clear influence on where they were trying to go stylistically, even within the bounds of the more traditional Pixar house style when it comes to things like character design. And that's not the only example by far. I think it's very clear in a lot of recent animated film and television that, you know, the influence is much more keenly felt. In the same way that it took a while until we got to about the 2010s when people had the tools, the budget, the expertise, etc. to, in independent games, really start to model themselves after what a lot of Japanese console games were doing back in the 80s and 90s, and that, you know, is such a huge core of the indie market nowadays, is to pick up on where the Super Nintendo era left off, not only with platformers but also with RPGs and the like. And you just kind of need the critical mass of people who grew up with that material and love it to get to the point where they can express that influence with a certain level of technical proficiency. And that's where we are now. Okay, I'm going to see if I can match my previous record of 3. I think that if it requires 5 or 6, as I suspect it does, we're probably not going to get it this stream, Terminator. This is one of those levels where I think the clear rate was like a 0.6 or something when I came in. I'm definitely performing well below the clear rate. But that's partly because, you know, shell jumps are one of those skills where either you're quite good at them or you're not. Redox, welcome. Really love Studio Ghibli. Yeah, so do I. Haven't seen the complete repertoire, but I've gone fairly deep into it. Redox is going alright, I say, as I fail repeatedly at shell jump. I mean, it hasn't been going well in terms of actually clearing stuff, but you know, it's been fun to get back into this game and some levels. Redox, yeah, hopefully the bot will take some code of yours and we'll be able to scroll into it, your profile. If it is just a revision of the one you sent me last time too, that's perfectly fine and we'll be able to find that, I'm sure. But if you have something else, that's also good. But I don't mind doing more editions of the one that I previously playtested either. Yeah, Terminator, since the queue is filling out a little bit, I will probably just give this a few more attempts and take this as a warm-up for some of the other levels that we have coming today. Yeah, it would be fun to beat this and grind away at it in a more focused session, though, especially because, you know, frankly, I need the practice. I had very few Kaizo levels submitted to me last year, I think. Maybe the Kaizo makers just didn't trust me to do things anymore, but or we just had less interaction with them. But I am definitely way out of practice with things like Shell Tech, simply because people haven't been sending me the levels that require it. Oops. I'm trying to make one more passable attempt and call it from there. It was pretty satisfying to get up to 3. And this is the kind of level where, unlike many other things that I get sent, it is possible to actually have a conversation over it, right? Because, you know, you're just trying to execute the thing and... Oh, almost got 3. That's okay. We'll stop at 2 here. I'll look at the layout. You go through a door initially, so you should be able to see it. Yeah, it is a very nice design, I think. So it is actually just 5 consecutive jumps, and the best we've done was 3. Oh, no, it's not just 5, because there's a conveyor belt at the top, so it's actually closer to something like 7 or 8. Because there's an initial conveyor that whatever mechanism, like a muncher or whatever, has to go down. So it actually is a lot longer than I realized. Because there's a conveyor belt up top that you have to survive first. So, 7 jumps, okay. Thundermeat, you wouldn't recommend your newest level for someone of my skill level? Yeah. I've eroded your confidence in my shell skills. But that's okay. I will try something that you think is appropriate, and I'll let you determine what you want to see. I don't mind trying hard content, it's just that if I can't get through the first couple of jumps, well, that will expose my limitations very quickly, so... It's not shell, just hard platforming? Oh, I don't mind hard platforming. Yeah, I'll play what you want to see. It does not matter if it's a bit hard. This is not really a stream that is necessarily about clearing stuff, although it's nice to clear stuff. It's more about just hanging out and talking about level design. So if you want to see your latest upload, I'll gladly play it. And if we really wipe out of it, then try something else. But actually, trouble, let's try it. Yeah, we'll see how we do. We'll see. Sometimes we hit a certain groove. Okay, so we actually need to bounce that. Don't we just need to lead this over then? Or... Okay, because then we hit that first one. We probably need to split something over. Don't go into cars, yeah. I'm getting that sense that you just need to bounce on a shell and just continue and just hit the P blocks in sequence, right? Yeah, because the shell is pretty well timed for that, and you just need to not bump that. I mean, if you do go in the car, though, what really stops you from trying to complete the level that way? From a playtesting perspective, like... What stops you from doing this? Is there some kind of gate at the end that makes it impossible, or... The timer, yes, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. That the clown car just doesn't go fast enough to do what you want in 30 seconds. Yeah, no, we'll do it. We'll do it. I think we can absolutely try this level. Yeah, it's a full jump at the very beginning. That was the timing that I needed to look for. And that I think we need to get a second jump down there too. Yeah, where there's the double stack of P blocks, we'll just do a second tap, and we just need to figure out what the timing will be. Yeah, looks like that's it, and then it drops to Wiggler. That's the interaction I didn't see. It was that the thwomp would lead to the Wiggler drop. Partly because we just didn't get far enough to read it properly, but it should be a full jump at the very start. And I do totally see the small then big timing on the Goombas now. Whoops, too high. And due to the timer, we do need to be nice and crisp here, so... Yeah, it is doable for me. Oh, whoops. Small jump. I think we'll stay on this one. Unless I see a reason not to. Oh, that's unfortunate that the thwomp actually came in a little high and clown car got bounced. Didn't expect that. I guess we're just a little slow in activating the thwomp if that's the case. Because we would basically need to activate it at a slightly lower level. It's kind of too bad that that is a potential failure point, but we'll try to avoid that happening. We'll jump here. And that's why you have to go low on the Goomba, is because of that specifically. Because if you don't go low enough on the first jump, then the Thwomp gets activated way too high. Then you bounce. Then it's marked as requiring a second bounce, but I wonder if that's just a timing related thing. Because the Thwomp is going to get trapped on the right side anyway, you might need a bit of a momentum adjustment, I guess, before you get into the next obstacle, but we'll see. Yeah, because that's too high, you kind of need to readjust. Perhaps, and just change the angle. Second bounce, make the dry bone shell line up in the next section. Okay, okay. So it's a bit of a trusty indicator moment, I guess. Where you just need to believe what it tells you when it says is required. One thing that I am kind of notoriously sloppy with is following indications. We'll try our best, and things do line up very neatly when you do it. Oh, I see. Dry bones need to have enough time to fall. Yeah, we did see the shell previously when we were flying over there, so... Whoop, totally got bumped. Need to stay low. Yeah, and then there's the Z marker after that for jumping out of the bone shell once you do land in it. This being SMB1, at least we don't need to worry about accidentally grabbing the shell, which is always a bit of a pain in some of the other styles when you're dropping into one. Remember to let go of the grab button. Here we should be fine once we get there. Got a nice high jump here. Should maybe be a short bounce over the Wiggler as long as we give it enough time to come down. Oops. Losing a bit of momentum there, but we'll try it again. Also, let me check the current list because I think after this level for sure we will be closing queue. We might even close queue very soon, in fact. Just trying to get a read on how long I'll stay today. Especially because I expect I'll be taking a bit of time on this one. But it is typical that I will play everybody who has submitted up to this point before the end of the stream. So I do try to get through everybody who is in the queue before closing. And if you've been around my stream for very long, you know that. Whoops. Need to adjust my angle a little bit on the second bounce so we can actually get over to the Goomba and then to the shell. I've been finding myself reluctant to do a short bounce on the Wiggler the first time simply because it seems like it's always kind of on its way down. It is a controlled jump, yeah, I can see that. Simply because of the ceiling restriction from the spike, that it's fairly clear to me. Whoops. Just missing it. Okay, up we go. Nope, we need to stay low, of course, for the Thwomp mechanism to work out properly. For the Wiggler to be peeled off of it. For a bouncy clown car level, just given a timing restriction and some of the mechanisms here, I'm impressed with how consistent it feels. Whoops. Whoops. Let's remember to full jump over here. And yeah, we need to not get hit by the tail of the Wiggler. That's been a bit of an issue here, but we'll try it. Sometimes the Wiggler goes right after getting knocked off. Okay. We haven't seen it yet, though. But hopefully it won't happen in a really critical situation. Down there and then out. We need plenty of momentum going to the right on that shell. I think I might have been a bit late on that shell anyway, but we'll have to find out what the height is meant to be. Whoop. We're getting bumped. Now, I did let go and do a short bounce that time. I think my spacing was maybe not great going into that. I shouldn't have getting clipped quite that badly. I actually think maybe I am supposed to let the clown car go up a little higher first. I don't know. Seems like that's as high as it can go. Whoops. No, just a poor adjustment there once again. Yeah, I'm trying to pull left there so we don't get hit by the Wiggler tail, but I'll be a little bit late on that. Trying to pull left a little too aggressively this time, but definitely the Wiggler coming in at that sharpened angle has been throwing me off slightly. It's a cool obstacle though in terms of the drop. Need a bit more of a jump coming out of that in order to cover that distance. So we just need to fix that jump. Oops, one bounceable. Be sufficient. Hardest part of the level? Well, if you say so, we'll find that out soon enough. Yeah, because we need plenty of horizontal momentum going into the bone shell. Not too high. We don't want to go that high. Trying to find a good height for that first jump there. That will give me enough room to work with, and also a good timing to work with. Yeah, it should be a big jump to the bones. I know. I can see that, but I think instinctively I was thinking that maybe I was going to be a bit late on the bone shell and was rushing into it a bit aggressively without gaining quite enough height or distance. Yeah, trying to catch that Wiggler hitbox has been a major obstacle. We do need to pull back against it, but I'm pulling back often too soon. Whoops. But yeah, we are going to close the queue in a few attempts, so this is going to be the last call for anybody else who wants to submit. Like I said before, after closing we will get through every maker who stays. But I'm just gauging this based on realistically how long I expect to be on. But I will want to stay on this for a while longer, I think. Pretty satisfying workout so far. The horizontal momentum there was completely off. There was no way that was going to happen. And I was late to the shell, so a little too much bouncing before getting there. Yeah, the wiggler falling angle. Just have to deal with. Yeah, no, I know it's a jump that I'll just have to adjust based on how late I am getting to it in the first place. Because I do want my angle going into the bones to be at least somewhat horizontal so we can get past it for the next jump. Again, just getting whacked by the tail. Maybe I should be leaning a little further to the right on the wiggle jump anyway, so we can maybe catch it on the tail on the first bounce. That might be better. Oh, look at that. There's that interaction where it goes right. That's first time I've seen that. Yeah, no, don't worry. It's not really a backseat so much anyway. No, that's not going to work. Either way, yeah, that catches the wiggler too early. That's all it does. The wiggler drop is really interesting. I think it's mechanically one of the most unique things we've seen in this level so far, but it is a little bit difficult to actually land. And that's about a quarter of the way in if you look at the timer. That's about 10 seconds into the level. So we've got a fair bit to go for that. Oh, too low. Yeah, we'll work on this for a bit. And wow, that was quite an interesting series of bounces there. By interesting, I mean deadly. Okay. That worked a lot better. A lot better. 2 jumps on that, because the bomb is going to have its wings clipped. That felt really good to do, though. Look at that. Burst of progress right there. I do need to hold a fuller jump into that, though, I think. Because we're landing a little bit short. Not 2 jumps, just a bigger indicator. Oh yeah, that's right, because they're not stacked. Just a bit of a wider landing zone. Yeah, because the bomb should drop immediately down to the spring below, and then it will have its wings clipped, and then you just kind of need to jump on it with the next block after that, so you don't land in the car. Because you just drop it out of the clown car, right? And it's going to bounce. Yeah. We should be able to do it. Especially if, as you tell me, the Wiggler to Dry Bones sequence is the hardest part of the level, then should be relatively clear sailing here. Fish and fish, that's such a simple jump, we shouldn't have missed that. You just need a car level, then you've made a level based around every power-up. Very interesting. You know, the thing about cars is that despite their very well-deserved reputation for jank, is that it just makes the good car levels stand out even more. And I have played a handful of truly excellent car levels. Not very many, but... But the good ones were all memorable simply because you can appreciate how difficult it was for the maker to make it feel that great in the first place. And so what does this qualify as? Does this qualify as the clown car level? If you're thinking about it as the central element. Okay, had a bit of trouble getting under the spike that time. Yeah, it's a good way to challenge yourself as well, I think, as a maker, to make sure you are not short on ideas simply because you have a pretty clear pattern of guidance for what to build next and what you have left to do. It's a very unique clown car idea for sure, in terms of making it work this reliably. Goomba Mask, yeah, I was about to ask about the Goomba Mask, because the Goomba Mask is my favorite. And it's severely underused. I built a decently popular Goomba Mask level within a few days of the original patch dropping back in 2020, because I just fell in love with it immediately. And to this day, I've seen very few levels kind of capitalize on the same ideas. There's so much you can do with it that is underexplored. I remember the Goomba level from Maker 1. Is there a specific Goomba level that you mean? Are you just talking about, like, Sad Tale of Madness, or a different one? Escape from a prison. Like, you're talking about the one that's kind of like a Goomba story level where you play as the Goomba, right? Using the amiibo costume? Yeah, because I know the guy who made that, and I know him quite well. In fact, he's dropped by here quite a few times, and he's always surprised that people continue to recognize that level all these years later. Because I was kind of one of his early playtesters in the same community back in 2015. So it's Theorymon who made that, and Theorymon, if it's the level I'm thinking of, with the Goomba escape. But yeah, if you're talking about a Theorymon Goomba level, he kind of came back for a bit in Maker 2 and was part of both 6YMM and 7MMC, the anniversary projects. He's made some pretty interesting stuff there as well. Very unique style. I haven't seen him around much lately, but that's because I think he's been occupied with Scarlet and Violet, because that fellow is very, very deep into Pokemon meta research and such. It's the name. So I just think he's dropped off of Maker for a little while he does that. Whoops. But yeah, the 3D World Goomba Mask in Maker 2, I think is severely underused. There are so many ideas that people have not capitalized on, which I think have a lot of platforming potential. As promised, I am going to close the queue at this point. I will continue with this level and with all the rest that are currently in queue, but we won't be taking any more beyond that, so we have enough time to fight through some of the harder ones, like Taxi Trouble that we see here. So just give me one moment while we change my stream information and close up properly. Yeah, hopefully everything on the technical side of the stream is still working in terms of sound and video, especially sound. But we will close for the time being, and we will play through as much as we can. I'm making enough progress in this one that I would like to push through it, for sure. So, if you are in queue behind this one, bear with me. Because I would like to try to make this happen, especially with the burst of progress that we had after the Wiggle Bounce. Which is still actually the trickiest obstacle here. Just because it's so tricky to land on the Wiggler safely as it's coming down. Yeah, there has to be a better way to do that jump to give the Wiggler a little more time to land, maybe. Whoops, let's not get bounced, of course. Oh, a little too far to the left. I may or may not have to enter the door of a P-switch in the clown car. Well, we'll see. There's some uncertainty attached to that, I see. But timing overall is going to be a little constrained here anyway, so we'll try to push through it. Oh, way too high. Definitely don't want to do the full jump there. I kind of saw that coming too. I was thinking halfway through that jump, oh, this is going to be much too high. Actually work out. That would have been fine. That would have been pretty ideal, actually, just getting that thwomp slide right under. While giving myself enough headroom to work with. Have a nice full jump on the second bounce before the Wiggler, so we give it time to land. Whoops. Too low. Yeah, I think the trick to this here is largely going to be the height of this jump. The height of the first bounce out the Wiggler is going to be quite consequential. Because it will affect the timing in a very subtle way. Oh. Double bounce on the clown card, not exactly what we want to go for there. Oh, it took too long on that bounce. Some inexplicable reason. That was almost right. Didn't quite get it, but for a moment that felt like it was going to happen. Yeah, I'm trying to lean back after the first bounce, but we're usually a little bit too late on doing so. Whoops. Oh, whoops, just fell into that poorly. That was such a good bounce that time, too. It was quite clean. I think I was surprised at how successful that was, and so threw me off afterwards. Still going a little too far to the left. It's a pretty narrow window for landing on the Wiggler, simply because you are constrained by its tail position. Too high. Kind of a medium jump here, and then got that for once too low. And also too low. Well, we'll just push at it. Oh, whoops. Got bounced a little too far to the left there. Interestingly enough, I landed safely on top of the spring and might have been able to continue there safely if I just reacted to that quickly enough. Because maybe I would have been able to jump on the bomb before it walked off. It might have thrown me off by enough to make it impossible to beat the timer, though, so definitely can't rely on that. Okay, much better. That was a pretty obvious controlled jump that we didn't get. But it's a new record. Whoops, too low. Yeah, for timing reasons, we should probably not land on the clown car after the Cheep Cheep. Although it's very tempting to do so, it is an adjustment. Oops. A little low on the spin jump, or the set jump, rather. Nope. Bad angle coming into the second bounce. We'll just have to fix that. Now that felt like a really satisfying wiggler bounce that time. That worked out really well. Well, judging by the timer, we're almost at the halfway point of the best attempt, so not a lot to go after that, and then, of course, the wiggler is going to be the wildcard factor on most attempts. I see what's happening there. When the wiggler is going down to the right, it is actually because the thwomp is still a little too high. Not high enough to bounce against a spike, but because the clown car isn't making contact, but there's a way that if the thwomp is a little too high, I think it's kind of nudging the wiggler's landing pattern a little bit to reverse its course. I think that's what's happening. I can't quite tell. Yeah, that one, we need to be a little more careful about the height, I think. Full length of the overworld, yeah. Building as much as you can. I mean, I'm not going to be able to gauge the distance very well subjectively, so it's not like I'm counting screens here. Came in a little too early in that one. I could see very clearly that I'm supposed to jump out of the boot towards the POW. I just did it too soon. But from a readability perspective, I could read what was going on there just fine. Yeah, hitting the wiggler definitely is the roadblock. At least for now. We'll obviously have to see how tight we wind up on the timer and how much I have to fix along the way, but right now I'm mostly concerned about bouncing on a wiggler at all. Getting under the spike after that, so. Timer isn't tight? Yeah, good to know. Just enough to prevent cheese, I guess. The clown cars. As you just said. Whoops. Moving targets, of course. We'll just have to play around that a bit. Too soon to the Wiggler that time. It was not in position for me. Wow, that was a very easy landing that we just completely whiffed. Nope. I want to trust the indicator a little sooner than I've been doing. But yeah, basically when we catch the Wiggler, we tend to have a pretty solid run. That's still the obstacle I tend to be most concerned about here. So far we've gotten as far as the boot. We'll have to see the boot landing on the POW, and then... or rather, jumping out of the boot and landing on the POW, and then... what lies beyond that, we'll find out. But without having counted screens accurately or something, it looks like we're probably about half. And it feels like a good length, actually, from what I've played so far. Good, solid stretch of variety when it comes to dealing with all these separate clown car stacks and things. A little worried about coming in low on that one. Oh, no. I do need to jump out of that. I can't just fall off the clown car stack. And I hesitated a bit too much there anyway, I think, after getting the boot. I had to reorient myself a little bit to what it was I was supposed to do there. But if we can get through to Wiggler consistently, more consistently, then things are feeling pretty good. And we're getting better at it. We're doing it much more often than I did before. Need to not lose touch after that. So yeah, we'll stay with it and see if it works. Still lean into it a little too much on that landing. Whoops. Okay, good bounce. And there tends to be this burst of momentum that I have after that. Whoops. Previously, I was already a little bit concerned about the jump distance from the second fish over to the blue platform. It felt like we were pretty close to missing on more than one occasion, but landing on the second fish at all, of course, is the bigger problem that we've seemed to run into so far. Thought it was going to come in a bit short that time, but we raised the Wiggler a little bit high. Everything was off a bit with my timing. That was not quite feeling like a comfortable attempt anyway. Okay. Whoop. Don't know if that is enough to throw off my timing, but clown car there. It's totally fine. I'm guessing I will want to catch the mushroom because then I'm able to take damage as I land on top of the thwomp after that. I think that's probably required. So yeah, I wonder if landing on one clown car very briefly in a cheap segment is still going to be too slow to beat the timer. We don't want to take our chances with that, obviously. I'll try to do it the intended way first. But if the timer is just generous enough, I wonder if that's actually doable as a bit of an emergency fix. Hypercat, welcome. Hypercat, I did close off for the time being because we're running a bit long, but obviously we'll see what the situation is once I clear a few more levels. I know I barely missed catching you last time as well. Hoping to get you in at some point. Oops. What? That's okay, we'll steadily work our way up. I've been getting a little better under Wiggler lately, but that hasn't panned out. On the last few attempts, yeah, that didn't quite feel right, getting off of the sideways trampoline. After a little while, you do develop a feel for whether you think an attempt is going to go well. Thunder Me, you have to go to bed. Yeah, I'll stay on the level a bit longer even if you can't watch the finish. If you don't see me get the clear on it, then you're quite welcome to resubmit again on a future stream. I also occasionally run catch-up streams where I try to beat things I couldn't clear on viewer levels. I haven't been doing that so much recently because I've had my hands very full with Fire Emblem, but I'm having enough fun with this one that even if I don't clear it today, I will want to push through it at some point. And look at that, you're telling me you're leaving and we finally have a good attempt. Whoops, almost. So we'll stay on it a little bit longer, so feel free to take off and you'll see soon enough if we actually manage to get the clear up. Probably we'll just take this as a practice session and go back to it so we can get through others in the queue, but we are making progress, so I don't want to lose too much of that too soon. But suddenly had a burst of halfway decent attempts here. Whoa, Thwomp is going to go all the way over. I guess we have to ride the Thwomp and jump using his momentum over to the next landing position, and then that's the way we do it. But we're still progressing, so I want to stay on it. Oops. That's going to be a tricky one, though. Getting on top of the Thwomp while we still have damaged frames, and then also, the thing that we just pulled was raising the Wiggler really high and then getting above it and going back down towards it. I wonder if that is something exploitable. Not exploitable, but I wonder if that's an easier alternate path instead of trying to go under. Because you do need to move the Thwomp by going low enough, but if you bounce back on a Wiggler, then what is the problem with that? I don't see why you wouldn't. Apart from the camera causing problems, perhaps. Too high. So yeah, we'll try to get back to the Thwomp sequence near the end at least one more time. And we might bail from there. Whoops. Okay, up we go. Okay, solid run this time. Whoop, not so much. Way over. That felt pretty good for the most part too. Then, a bit of a choke there. Alright, let's try it again. The Wiggler is always a massive adjustment to make. Nope. But yeah, if you can just ride the Wiggler directly, I don't see why you wouldn't. It's difficult to set up, but I think it's actually doable. Like you go up and then down. Maybe you're a little late on shell if you do it that way, but I actually kind of like it that way. I think it's easier in some ways. If we can do it consistently that way, I might do it because I think it's just slightly easier path to getting the Wiggler to behave. The main thing being that I don't know if we can get bone shell angle to be quite the same. I might actually try to do that consistently as an alternate method, because the Wiggler had been giving me no end of trouble otherwise. Yeah, it's much better actually. I like it a lot better. Intended way? No, not necessarily, but we don't care. So we need to jump off the thwomp, land on the thwomp, and jump again after that with a bit of a dash. That's going to be a hard timing to read. We're going to try the new Wiggler method. And then we don't need to deal with running into its tail quite so much. And as you can see, as soon as I made that adjustment, we had a much better attempt. Yeah, that feels a lot better. Oh, too many damage frames there. So we activated the thwomp too late. We need to get off and onto thwomp by standing on the correct side of it. Yeah, you do kind of need to stand on its right side so it activates right away. Otherwise, take too long with it. Oh, we did it the old way. Whoops. But if we activate the thwomp a little bit sooner, then we should have enough invincibility frames to get the second bounce off of it. And we just need to really hang right all the rest of the way. Yeah, up towards the Wiggler. Way better. What did we learn today? Don't trust the indicators if you don't want to. Yeah, and the timing is basically equivalent up to that point, so I don't think it causes any disadvantage or inconsistency whatsoever, because it's the same interaction. And if anything, it even lines up better with the shell timing. Whoops. Need to maintain a jump height, of course, but the angle seems much easier to manage. Nope. Bad angle. Maybe it does throw off my shell landing just a little bit. I wonder if it is slightly delayed from the intended method, but shouldn't be. Nope. Should work perfectly. We're actually slightly ahead. Maybe it does manipulate the camera position just a little too much by getting ahead on the camera, but... Oh, whoops. Bounce over, you get back around. It should basically be equivalent, as we saw in the previous attempt. Yeah, works just fine. And then we need to not miss the cheap cheeps. Whoops. We'll do it again that way until it sticks. It's too big an improvement to give up on now, so we'll stay with it. Whoops, too high a jump there. We'll adjust around it again. Nice. Got that. Felt like it slipped up for a moment, but we are actually fine. And a right side. And then it's going to be P-switch under the door. That will be interesting. Step on a P-switch as it swings under the door from the clown car, I guess, which... That is actually the door, though, so we're pretty much done at that point. If we can manage to get full momentum on the thwomp and land accurately from it. It's a bit hard to read that jump simply because you don't quite know that it's going to happen, but if we basically activated the thwomp and jump immediately while facing forward, I think the timing should probably line up. Just given how the rest of the level is set up and indicated, I suspect that will be the case. Oh, missed. Oh, and the flagpole is right on top, so if you drop on top of the clown car, you can just hit the door, but I think you might be too tight on a timer to do that at that point. The reason you would get in the door is because the door dumps you right on top of the flagpole, and you can't just land in the clown car and climb to the flagpole if the timer is too tight to make it happen. So we'll see what the timer is like at that point. It's probably tuned to make it impossible to just get out directly, but we might actually have this. We might have to clear. Whoops. A little bit late there, but we'll try to catch up. Whoops. Yeah, and I guess even minor fluctuations can throw off the timer if we missed a Cheep Cheeps, for instance, and have to get an extra bounce in the clown cars. Everything up to this point, though, should be fine. There we go. That's clear. There's actually a fair bit of time left over, too, so that's the win. Thank you for your patience if you were in queue, and that's also going to be first clear on Taxi Trouble. So hopefully Thunder Me has the inclination to come back and watch the remaining 5 to 10 minutes from when he left. Anyway, let's move on. And I can take a moment to give my hands a break from holding my controller. My hands are not in the best shape they've been in lately, so... Bears fan, let's take a look at what you have. And remind me which one you wanted, because I know you had to retry your code earlier. If it's the most recent one, or if it's something else. And thank you once again for waiting so long. Your most recent one, Submarine Submersion. Raid the enemy submarine. Let's do it. Okay, it'll be nice to have a level that I don't need to keep so much of a death grip over my controller to play. This submarine, of course, is just going to send a secret missile fishbone right at me. We should probably go up top. I think bottom path is not really going to be that viable by the looks of it. On the other hand, there is stuff in the bottom, so we could always check. But no, I think between the bombs and the fishbones, it's not likely. Fishbones will just follow you and create problems. Anyway, it's going to be an aesthetic traditional level, which we don't see nearly enough of in some ways. Also, that is a wall. And also, this is... okay, it's going to be a full 2-screen height, which is great. And yeah, we just need to bomb this area a bit, maybe. Or even carry a bomb over to the right side. I think that's going to be what happens, because this is not actually an accessible type. Oh, whoops. Shell is going to get out of here. Hang on. Let's move the Shell. And totally run into that Koopa afterwards, I bet. Well, we could kill it too. That works. Okay. There we go. Finally. Okay, we need to walk under the fishbones and hit checkpoint. Nice, traditional checkpoint with the mushroom. I know people who came from Maker 1 hated that Nintendo enforced that convention, and it would require power-up checks for all kinds of concepts, but in a traditional layout, I still like having it there, I think. The logic behind why Nintendo does that with their standard checkpoints has always been very sound. In terms of giving the player a bit of an extra reward for doing things consistently and continuously. And of course, it only works in traditional layouts where you can afford that kind of flexibility. This looks optional. Oh no, it's not optional, it's just a bomb coming in here. In fact, we can even change the state afterwards to prevent further issues. then, yeah, you'll get a bomb over on this side. A crush. And then you can maybe grab a bomb after that, except the conveyor will... Yeah, you'll want to have the bomb go this way. That should be fine. That'll work. Oh, let's not get jumped by this guy. What a spacious submarine. But anyway, we're just going to be parted out the back and then that's to clear. Yeah, quite nice. Very focused too with all of the interactions with conveyors and bombs. Quite like the bit with Blaster at the end too. And nice to have for this kind of level as a bit of a cooldown from the previous one too. Thanks for that, Bears fan. Yeah. You've been cranking these out lately. I don't know if you've got a super world in the works or something, but it looks thematically like you're going for some things that would go well together. Awesome lamp. Nothing new this time, so pick something from the backlog. We might be pretty deep in the backlog at this point. Oh no, ending theme, music level, yeah. We might do it... Flooded Forest Dungeon, that looks like might be a good choice too. You know what, we haven't done really any kind of dungeon puzzle today, let's just do this. This temple really could have used some plumbing, red coins optional. Nothing against the music level, of course, but I feel like we should reward your wait with something a little more substantial. We haven't done a Link level today. So let's tap the sword and also because I know what kind of level is coming from Redux after this one, and so planning ahead, you'll have a little dungeon map on the top right. I know a lot of Link levels would just kind of use the dungeon maps aesthetically, and it's pretty rare that I'll actually actively use them as navigation, but it's nice to have it anyway, to fill out the illusion of how the rooms are connected to each other. Oh, no, no. Let's just do it. And then let's tap and tap. And then looks like we'll have multiple paths to work with. Let's just not forget which door we came in. Yours is not the one with the cat, okay. Well, I'd be happy to play whatever it is you are giving me, so. The cat one would have been fine too, we just didn't make it that far last time. We can totally drop a bomb here and come here. And here's a checkpoint. Feels like we missed a bunch of other paths, but... Oh, I guess there's a lower path here that we're totally not seeing, which would give you access to the coins down below if you bomb that location next to the pipe. And we are missing a key, so we will go back here and see what's up. Well, I mean, you know, if you have something else to show me, I'll be glad to see that too. So we know what the selection is currently. And we'll just make it down this way. Oh, right, the red coins that are optional. I completely forgot about those. There are 3. We'll try to get them. I don't know if we would have already missed our chance at one that was earlier. We should in fact check. Whoops. Because did we not ever checked the store, for instance. Okay, so I would need the Master Sword here. And there is a bomb location to the left there as well, so... Let's try it again from checkpoint. And yeah, we'll go back first to see if we missed any coins earlier in the layout, because I did miss a few rooms, by the looks of it. And we'll also bomb this stuff out to just take care of it now, because we need it later for all I know. Let's bomb this, see what happens. Because we haven't really done the coin hunt, and there is part of the coin hunt, so... Oh, oops. You know what? Arrow, of course. To do the obvious from time to time. Now we'll tap this so we can drop a bomb. Then we'll work our way around the bonus room here. Okay, and then we need to be pretty careful here. Then Goombas are potentially a nuisance, so we'll maybe try to bait it down. Then we do need to hit the switch here and probably drop a bomb below it. Getting out of here, though, is potentially a bit of an issue. No, we just drop a bomb above the on-off switch. That'd be the sensible thing to do. Look at that. Spacing works out perfectly. Then we just tap this again and swim back out. Now, the problem, though, is that we've only hit one checkpoint flag so far, and without a second one, we can't actually save this coin yet. But we can make our way through here and see what's on the other side of that door. Perhaps. Maybe I should be using the map just to track some of this. See how things loop around. Yeah, we've not seen any of this yet, so we'll tap some of this. Just see what's available. Right, so this is where this room is. And whoops. Just bust this open. Not that it gets you anything other than a 10 coin, but it's the principle of the thing. And since this part is still not directly accessible post-checkpoint, we'll do it first. And, oh, Spiny Helmet, interesting. I guess this is the dungeon item, so to speak. Try not to get crushed. Once we grab the Spiny Helmet, we can pop our head against everything in sight. Another key door over here, interesting. And, okay, there's just 10 coin, and it'll show you... I see, so you would probably beat the boss, and then you would... I see no pin coins here, so this would not involve any kind of safety coin. But basically, if you have a second key, one from the boss and one from the pin coins, presumably, then you'd be able to plug it into the door at the end. So we'll have to see how that interacts with the checkpoint system, so we don't potentially encounter key death, but we'll grab the hat and proceed. and probably just go up this way. That should be the way to progress. Now, I don't remember if we missed anything else in the early segment through the door, but we'll... There's no red coin saving or extra link power-ups outside the save room. Okay, I see. So we probably just should have not hit the checkpoint until I knew what was going on. Yes, there's the power-up over here as well. Yeah, because we'll probably end up being comparatively tight on a timer, perhaps. So yeah, here we will need to do this. Then probably... we could probably jump towards it. Whoa, nope. Lost the hat. That's okay, we didn't lose Link. Oh, now we lost Link. And then now we can't actually get out, can we? As without the Master Sword, there's no way for me to tap a switch. So I'm actually stuck. If that's the case, I'm going to start over. And we're going to try to save 2 pink coins going into checkpoint. Because I think that would be the smartest thing to do, given that we have 2 coins accounted for at this point. And we'll just try not to take Kita, because that would obviously be not so nice. It was either this or Link Power Reservoir. Yeah, it's a difficult thing to balance, I think, when people want to make a Zelda level that requires power up to progress. Unfortunately, it does create some locking scenarios, like we just saw, where you just kind of have to realize, oops, Link equals death. I mean, I think, you know, having Infinite Master Sword is probably fine as long as the difficulty is compensated for by having something like a puzzle element or something similar. But also, there were doors we didn't see in a previous room. I want to take a look at those just to know what we're missing, except, of course, now I can't get out. So never mind. So I don't know if I've missed some critical rooms early on already. I also didn't really need to hit that right away, but we'll down here and do the coins that we know and save them. And of course, if we can grab the Spiny Head, that would be great. Because that does ease up on a few things afterwards. And we'll try to do this quickly. Okay. Yeah, definitely I often get the sense that things like combat or platforming difficulty are the harder things to manage when trying to balance a Link-based level. But we'll get out with quite a lot more time available than before, and we'll try to go for the second coin immediately, and then... I mean, we can go over to Spiny Hat, but... I'd rather go for the second coin. No, we want the extra hit point available from the Spiny Hat in case we have conveyor trouble like we did just now. Although maybe switching the conveyor belt to blue and then using an arrow would have been a smarter way to do the second coin. In fact, I suspect that is what the actual solution should have been. We'll Try it again. Instead of jumping over on a fast conveyor, which did create all kinds of problems. Come on. I think I could hit this thing at least once. There we go. And this was just the end sequence here, right? Yeah. We didn't need to see that, we just need to come back. And then we know how to get back here fairly easily, if need be. So we will not grab the checkpoint yet. I do want to grab the second coin first if I can. And we'll save it into the rest of the level. Was it here? Yes, because it was with the scroll break. And then do an arrow shot over to the on-off switch, which will then switch the conveyor on this side. Whoops. Then we're going to probably do a bomb drop. Whoops. Not. Yeah, no, I actually do think that I want to switch over to Blue Belt. It'll be a little bit tricky. We need to set up an arrow shot. Actually, no, we don't want to do that for that reason. But we place a bomb on top of the conveyor. No, we don't want to lose that in general. We will need to drop a bomb on top of the conveyor, perhaps to pull out with the Blue Belt, or just get a jump over. Like, oh no, that doesn't work. Doesn't actually land accurately. Okay. It's fine so far. Whoa, nope. We're going to need to get back to the checkpoint for another Master Sword, and I think I can get out with a sword, but we'll... Yeah, because we're just one room out. That's okay, we'll get that. Okay, great, now we're in good shape. Yeah, it's not totally intuitive, though, that you would have to do a manual save after a certain number of coins. Like, you'd understand to do it after you've seen the layout already, but if you hadn't been here to tell me that I shouldn't expect any auto-saving mechanism for the coins, I don't know if I would have necessarily picked up on that. But we'll try to make it happen. Also, it should be possible to go back to grab another spiny shell if I wanted the helmet, which I'd actually want to do, given that it is the de facto dungeon item. Although we've got 99 seconds, let's just explore and see more of the map, with the expectation that it'll die to the timer and reset. Ah, okay, this is back to where we were previously. I was actually kind of wondering about whether we could have come here with a toggled state switch in the first place, like whether... Here... Yeah, this was early on in the level, of course. But basically, if you dropped a bomb up above and toggled the switch, and then kind of skipped over to this segment, I wonder if that would have been possible. This requires a spiny head, and this looks like it is going to be the passage to coin 3, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. So it looks like we'll time out, but let's figure out what the segment is so we can do it easily when I want to repeat it. Also notice that there is a red pipe on the left side of that coin, which may become relevant. We can just tap for No, I think it's got to be a switch like that. And then we'll just kill some of these guys. And then... it's a bit of a platforming sequence after the fact, but I wonder if it's kind of cheesable without taking the left side. We've got 17 seconds, so I'm not going to do it fully right now, but basically the idea would be that you would reverse that switch and then jump up top, and then you would obviously have to shield into the spike ball, and then you have to do it pretty quickly. So I'm going to scout ahead in the level before I do anything like that, so we can manually take a death and preserve 2 coins later on, so I can avoid key death for as long as possible. And we'll try to do it that way. Also, yeah, we will need the Spiny Hat to proceed regardless, so we'll go back and do that since we know where to find it at this point. Perfectly capable of discovering that. Whoop. Nope. Let's go back and get the sword. Get into checkpoint room. No, we can't get into checkpoint room. We have to find some other means. Now, if I can't get a sword, I think at this point I actually have to take it out, so... the course is a little dependent on SD locks in terms of recognizing when you're not allowed to continue that link. So that aspect of it I do find a little bit inelegant, but at least it's fairly clear that the Master Sword is going to be in this location. And we'll just bust this open ahead of time, even though we would need Link to toggle this switch anyway. And we're not going to come back through that path, so that is not going to be that relevant. Okay, let's go down. And tap, tap, and tap. Now let's shoot the squid accurately this time if we can. Otherwise it will be a literal blooper reel. Bust all of this down, and then... one thing that would have been nice to have... oh, no. That's not the way. Is... after getting the shell, having easy access to go back to the shell instead of having to do the full loop. So for instance... I mean, it's difficult to set up because Link's bombs can just break so much stuff, but... because you can't really just do it with punching through hard blocks, for instance, when... the problem is that anything you can break with a shell here, you can also break with a bomb, given the right position. But I wonder if there would have been a good way to make that gate happen. Regardless, we're going to take this forward, and we're going to try to get through a little more of the level. We're going to scout ahead as much as possible just to... sure. Oh, also, I guess if we get the 3rd coin, we can actually go back to the checkpoint room and go through the key door over there with the first key. But then we potentially have a key death issue if I fail after that point, so I don't want to mess with that just yet. Until we know what lies ahead. We'll bust this down right now, just so we don't need that later. Let's do that. Kill it. Kill this. Notice that I cannot reverse through the clouds later, so that is actually partly the incentive to crack open the key door. Is that I'm not allowed to come back past this point. I think what I'll want to do anyway is I'll want to scout past this point. We'll just take the death manually. Potentially. Ice. Whoops. Lots of ice. And regardless, we need to fill this one tile gap that I created for myself. Oh, got Lemmy. Presumably we get a key off of him, so... He within bomb range? He should be. Then we tap him out here. And luckily he doesn't do any damage to me, so we'll just grab the key off of him. And like I was saying, unfortunately we don't actually get a chance to reverse. Or do we? Yes, actually we're back here, so we're fine. Because at this point, the key will lead you back to the first key door, and now we can go for the challenge. Doesn't mean that we'll have to survive after grabbing the second key, but I think we can probably make a reasonable attempt at that, as long as we do a state switch first. We will need to do a state switch first to come back. Oh, except without a state switch, we can't actually go back upstairs beyond state, so we do need to either A, loop around, or B, toggle a switch some other way. So let's go back. And let's just drop a bomb on the on-off and do the skip I got much earlier. In fact, if we do wind up in a key death situation where we start from scratch, it might actually make sense to skip to coin 3 first. So yeah, you can do this order right from the beginning, it's just that you wouldn't have access to the shell necessarily. Let's clear the pokies first, that'll be the most important thing. Come on. We'll just clear them. And just hit the switch from below, and then you just go up. Oh, except now I'm stuck. No, I'm not, because we will just try to maybe even... Nope. I am not stuck because the on-off switch is susceptible to a bomb. We hit the P switch in the off state, and we just go around. Right? Should be doable. Then we don't even need to deal with the spike ball. There we go. 2 keys, and we get back out. And we don't die to anything silly here. We get back to the checkpoint room. I feel like that was probably not the intended way to do it, and as usual, we don't care. Okay, let's go. We'll get the second key door after that. Final sequence here that we've seen before. Triforce, as expected. Let's try to clear the Triforce if we can. Come on. Whoops. Let's watch the timer. There we go. True completionism. Fun fact, you tried to make this level on and off for 5 months to make it work without the SD locks, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's... At least it's reasonably clear when that's going to happen. But there definitely are some big resets if you run into that. We got it though, with a little bit of strategizing in advance. But yeah, one thing that I'm definitely thinking about is the skip at the very start, where if you use a bomb to go up the red pipe right away, you don't have the spiny hat, but I think you can probably kind of drop it around to the checkpoint room after getting coin number 3 first. And it seemed like we probably didn't do coin number 3 the way that you had envisioned, but that's okay. We found a viable alternative, so. Thank you for the GGs and for the submission. Happy to play that one. We'll finish up with Redox. If Redox is still hanging around. It'll likely be the last one we do today. So yeah, Redox, do let me know if you're still here. I think you are, but I'll take a look at the list anyway. Just to see what it was you wanted to send. Whether it's the revision of the cat level, or if it's something more relaxed. I don't know if Redox has just gone AFK. He is still on the chat list, so we are a few levels behind. There are 2 uploads from 2023, so likely we'll looking at this one. Although we were a little behind prior to that as well. Quite behind, although I remember playtesting early versions of a lot of this like 2020 stuff. Yeah, 41. Okay, great. Right here. Anyway, same 3D world indication system as usual. I don't know why it's called 41, whether it's the 41st level on the list or something else, but we'll do it. Oh, whoops, just a little to the left there, as we need to kick the spiny up to the spring. That's going to send it up. Whoops, and miss, and then it's going to be short bounces on the Koopas after that. I know from previous experience that one mistake I run into repeatedly with Redox levels is not wall jumping quickly enough. So we'll be on the lookout for that. I'm also just consistently missing the spiny, so let's see if we can make that happen. I am holding jump into it for the high bounce, but... whoops, nope, short bounce over there, and then long jump after that. And then that will have kicked off another spiny shell out the top row as well at that point. I wonder if I'm just letting go to jump too soon or something, or my timing is just off. Let's... Oh, whoops. Obviously not supposed to hit the spiny shell yet at that point, so our interception is a little bit mistimed, but I didn't really feel like I had much control over that, so... we might just have to redo it until the timing lines up. Yeah, it's a lot of the spiny shell landings that I'm not quite sticking, but we'll see if we can fix that. It's probably because I'm not quite doing the long jumps dead center when I do encounter them. Whoops. And we have a bit of a missed input there with the D-pad as well, which is never really pleasant. I'm currently on my good D-pad too. I'm not even on my Pro controller, but the mistaken up inputs are definitely something that plagued us before in the 3D World style. We didn't launch the spiny for some reason. We must have missed something. We're supposed to intersect with one here. Jump on it. The rest of the sequence, so... Oops. Definitely missed a launch at some point without having realized it. Oh yeah, it's this one here. I just probably missed a block completely. Great, that worked out. Oh, that was a short bounce. I should have trusted that for once. Sapphire, you want me to switch to Donkey Kong? Yeah, we'll do that as soon as I load up Tropical Freeze. Whoops. Anyway, welcome Sapphire. Hope you're doing well. Whoops, that was supposed to be a short bounce. We just reacted poorly to it. And then we would be able to hit the shell going up to the next launch. Whoops, yeah, we missed a shell. That's what happened. It's coming together pretty quickly though, so... We'll see how tight we are in the timer, of course, but... As long as the spiny shells line up, things seem to go well. Oh, whoops, long jump over here. That was just poor reaction time for me. And that's 1 second left, so that final pipe with shell going up, that looks like it's going to be the flag. So we'll see how much height we are against the timer, or if we do need to cut some corners on some of the existing jumps. Like I've been saying, being a little too slow in the wall jumps is a pervasive problem for me in 3D World levels like this with tight timers. We'll just need to be aware of that and any other adjustments we can make to jump height along the way. Yeah, we failed to launch that shell. That's one of the ones we missed earlier. I did see that mistake this time. So we're not just caught without a shell in the middle of nowhere later on in the level without realizing exactly why we got to that point. Oh, whoops. Missed input once again. That's been plaguing me a little bit with the D-pad in Hollow Knight recently as well, which I started replaying off-stream. Doing a bit of a casual run, but basically once you get the up special soul power, it does the upward burst, triggering that accidentally like crazy when I actually mean to fire a projectile to the side. Because there is so much back and forth, left to right movement when you're dodging the bosses in that game. Very similar story to the spins here in the 3D World style. There we go, that's the clear. Very smooth. Okay, off the record by about a frame or two. But that's okay, we're not picky. Anyway, thank you for that, Redox. And of course, another time we'll definitely try to make an attempt at cat level, which giving me grief last week, but nice to have a smooth, relaxed run through this one. Oh, McFix it with the record, I see. So. And in general, glad to see you back making. So you have it for your personal sense of where we left off. I was a few levels behind with you, although I do remembered playtesting a few of these in early versions. I think you re-uploaded a whole ton of stuff, actually, judging by the version numbers. But basically, this is what I'm missing on your list so far, so, you know, if you're back on the stream more regularly, we've got a lot to catch up on. Yeah, I remember some of these, in fact, in their original versions. And we could do the cat next time too, so depending on whether my hands are holding together. So this turned out to be an okay stream at the end. Actually, the levels were great from most people as usual. Glad we managed to get the clear on that clown car one, especially after a bit of a slump. But thank you for all of the viewership and for the submissions especially. We're going to send you folks on to a raid somewhere else. People in North America, if you happen to be up this hour, you'll know already to turn your clocks ahead. People in EU, I guess you have that coming soon enough. So if there's any kind of oddness to my schedule in the coming weeks, if it's even odder than usual, it's probably because of the time zone discrepancy that's been going on with daylight savings, but you know, we deal with that on the stream every year. In the coming days, I will, over the next week, be hopefully finishing Fire Emblem Engage. I think I'm probably just, you know, maybe 3 or 4 sittings away from finishing it. And we will, of course, have the puzzle contest, where the submission deadline is in about a week and a half, and we'll be playing puzzle levels starting in late March, and hopefully getting into more puzzles generally, again, once a Fire Emblem is out of the way. We'll be glad to have you around for both games, of course, both that and Maker, and anything else I choose to bring on stream, and it's always a lot of fun to receive more content from you all. So, we will send you on to a raid very shortly, and we'll figure out who that will be. Meantime, thanks so much for watching. See you again. Have a lovely middle of March, however long it may take. And, as usual, fare thee well.